So I know what you all really want. And that's for me to update the HUD, right? Right, of course. Now let's see. Hang on. Carry the 4, so that's 33, 34. Perfect. Alright. Excellent. And now, of course, we have to add this one here in the story negatives. Down here, we're up to this. Dude, I'd kill Skadge if I could, I'm just saying. Which I guess you can, but whatever. Yeah, no, I think that's Khalid? What it needs to be.
I am a biotic god. I think things, and they happen. Fear me, lesser creatures, for I am biotics made flesh.
I don't know what drugs you're on, but stay back and I won't shoot you.
You will regret your scandalous words. I am a great wind that will sweep all before me like a great wind. A great biotic wind. Yes, the Asari injecting so many drugs into me was terrifying. But then I began to smell my greatness. They may laugh when I fall over, but they don't know what I know in my head. That I know that I am amazingly powerful. Fear me?
Are you part of Pitney Forest Trade Group?
When I was mortal, I worked for Pitney. Poor soul is probably terrified that I have not returned.
He hasn't reported your disappearance. Probably so his departure won't get delayed.
Face it, Pitney will pick money over friends every time.
Bah! I will wreak a just revenge upon his people. But first, the leader of these mercenaries is in the next room. I shall toss Wasea about like a rag doll.
Shepard, he can barely talk, much less fight.
I will tear her apart. My biotics are unstoppable.
Okay, so I'm just gonna do this so you can see this.
Charge.
An ill wind blows upon Wasea, captain of the Eclipse Sisters. After me!
We should have stopped him, Shepard.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Didn't mean to do that.
Glad that's over.
Okay, so we're gonna reload that so he lives. Obviously.
We've got
I
trouble.
can do this. Hang on, let's- The Great Wind. The Great Biotic Wind. Hello, Beagle Josh. Welcome to the stream. You are more than welcome to chat, talk, tell me how much you hate me. I get it every day. So. Yes, Narset, you missed it.
I don't know what drugs you're on, but stay back.
He hasn't
Face
reported.
it.
Bah!
Shepard, he can...
I will tear her apart.
Wasea will tear you apart. Take a nap. You'll feel better.
Are you mad? I'm unstoppable. Feasting on her biotic-rich blood will be the last...
Ah!
But... Great Wind... Biotic God...
I actually forgot about that. Oh.
What was I saying? I'm... tired. You... may be right. Yes, I'm tired. I'll nap. Destroy the universe later.
Nicely done, Shepard.
Poke. Just donk. Hey, great biotic win. Nif2Cal in chat. Lore Runner, big fan, big fan. I was wondering, could you give us any insights in how you plan to destroy the universe? Oh, that scene's totally a plus. I'll take the stab for that scene. Come on. Come on. Oh my God. I am a great biotic wind. Actually, while we're at it. Alright, so. Boss fight. Switch down to this. For no reason.
Everything's gone to hell since we smuggled that filthy creature off-world. First a Justicar shows up. Now you. At least I can take pleasure in turning your head into a pulpy mass! Get ready.
You heard her. Pulpy mass, let's go.
Now you see me.
This should soften him up.
Oh, right.
The information's here somewhere. Let's rip the place.
Yeah, it's almost like that heavy weapon is absolutely ridiculous when you really use it properly. Which is why I like it so much.
That must be the ship Samara was looking for.
You want to head back to the police station and give her the name? Or look around first?
Let's do it.
Let's give her the name and keep moving.
I mean, the cane is the cane. It's hard to argue that. Yeah, no, we disintegrated her. How you doing, buddy?
I don't know what they put in me, but I thought I was... Well, you saw. Anyway, thank you, Shepard.
You're welcome. Glad I didn't kill you.
Thank you for removing the Eclipse threat, Earth Clan. It will take them months to rebuild their organization. Also, merely out of curiosity, when you were poking about, did you perhaps run across a shipping manifest that belongs to me?
You never know when something like this might come in handy.
If it might change your mind, Earth Clan, returning that manifest would be very profitable for you. If you give it to the detective, her reward will be a pat on the back.
Yeah, but I don't really need credits, at least not on your scale. So... I love how Samara's just hanging out on, like, the counter.
If you have something that'll encourage the Justicar to leave, show it to her.
I've got the name of the ship. Your fugitive left here 2 days ago on the AML Demeter.
Shepard, you impress me. You fulfilled your part of the bargain, and I will fulfill mine. I am ready to leave immediately, if that will satisfy your superiors, Detective.
You're free to go, Justicar. It has been an honor having you in my station. And it's nice you didn't kill me, too.
The Normandy is docked near the main trading floor. I'll see you aboard.
I must be sworn to your service so that I am never forced to choose between your orders and the Code.
You don't have to, really. Really.
By the Code, I will serve you, Shepard. Your choices are my choices. Your morals are my morals. Your wishes are my code.
Stop bowing to me,
I saw
God.
Justicar swear an oath like that.
If you make me do anything extremely dishonorable, I may need to kill you when I'm released from my oath.
Cool. Thank you for being honest with me.
I can see that this is a very important act, Samara. Thank you.
Truly, the life of a Justicar can get lonely. I admit I am looking forward to serving with a company of honorable heroes. Shall we return to your ship?
Real quick.
I need to speak to the detective.
Thanks for getting Samara out of my district. I can tell my granddaughters about meeting a Justicar. And you've just upped my chances of living long enough to have grandkids.
I have proof that Eclipse killed the Volus merchant.
Let's see what you got there. Interesting. But I can't verify it. It would be inadmissible.
I vouch for Shepard, and any evidence he brings forward.
I accept the judgment of the Justicar. Thanks, Shepard. I wasn't sure about trusting a stranger, and a human at that. But you came through. Never heard of this Elnora. Sounds like she was just starting her career. Good thing you cut it short. Okay, enough with all the congratulations. I've still got a spiraling crime rate.
Oh, one other thing.
I have proof that Pitney 4 smuggled in red sand and illegal weapons tech.
I'll send in some officers to arrest him and his cohorts. This is a big help, Shepard. I can't do much to thank you, but we do have a small discretionary bounty fund. Take this.
Export your game to Mass Effect 3. If you survive. Dun dun dun.
Welcome to the Normandy, Samara. We studied your profile extensively. With your skills, I think you'll be an excellent addition to our team.
Thank you. From an organization such as yours, that is high praise indeed.
Is that sarcasm?
I've seen Samara's biotic powers at work. They're substantial.
We still don't know what we're gonna find when we hit the collectors.
I will be prepared for whatever we encounter.
Where shall we put you?
A room that looks out on the great empty void would be most comforting.
Put her in the observation room on Deck 3.
Thank you. I must meditate on the day's events.
Check something really quick here. That's what I thought. So, did I already... I don't remember if I already got all 3 ship upgrades. And I'm not sure how to check for that. I don't remember how to check for that. Ah, here we go. There's the weapon. Is that it? appears to be all I have. Well, time to go bug Tali. And Jacob, apparently. Oh, that's why. That
Commander,
makes sense.
you've received a new message
Shut up.
at your private terminal.
Hey, Jacob, you got a minute?
I hope we can clear up what's going on. Was there anything else? Just eager to get going.
Any thoughts on how to prepare against the Collectors?
They spec'd this ship to the original Normandy, but you were there. The Collectors cut her like butter. This armor just isn't top of the line anymore. People will die if we don't upgrade. Alliance had some new toys in secret dev before I left. I could try and pull a few favors.
Let's do it. Fortunately, we have enough for it right now. I'm not sure we're gonna have enough for the shields, but we need the shields anyway, so we're gonna figure it out. Whatever we need, we're gonna make it happen.
Commander, I think you'll want to talk to Garrus.
Garrus can wait. We're fine. We're fine. We got 2 other things to do before we can think about Garrus.
Shepard, what can I do for you?
Can you do anything to give the Normandy an edge over a Collector ship?
Definitely. With the right supplies, I can fortify our shields. The Collectors cut through the Normandy's barriers immediately last time. My upgrades might give us a better chance.
And we have poured it. Nope, we need Palladium.
Let me know if you get the components for the shield.
I'll let you work.
Talk to you later.
There you go. So that's what we need. We need Palladium. We'll be good.
Commander, I think you'll want to talk. There is nothing more absolute than the oath of an Asari Justicar. You did well getting Samara on our side. She is so elegant and gorgeous. Too bad her manner is just so cold.
That'll be all.
I'll be here if you need anything.
I'd take her over you, Kelly. That is a mod, Krenzler. I really hate, like, actively hate Tully's appearance, so... From Tombs, what the hell kind of game you playing, Shepard? You did the buddy act when I had my gun on that Cerberus scientist telling me you understood. Now you're out working for Cerberus? Tests were done on me you can't even imagine. For years, Cerberus did them. They tortured me, used me as a damn lab rat. And you're teaming up with them like they're any other merc band? I've got my own merc team now, Shepard. And I kill any Cerberus team I find. If I run into you, don't expect to be any different. Greetings. Liara Tassoni gave me your contact information. I was one of the cleaning crew in Dante's Towers. You helped me get out of there? According to Tassoni, he also found Thane. He took down some Eclipse mercs trying to gun us down, and I was wondering if you could pass along my thanks. The way he moved, one was dead before he knew it was there. He snapped another's neck and then shot a third, all in the space of a few heartbeats. It was incredible. He moved like a dancer, grace and power in constant motion. Seeing him changed my life, woke something in me I don't fully understand yet. I don't know what I'm going to do, but Solarian lives are too short to waste as custodians, especially when there's so much else out there. I want to find something that lets me capture what I saw in him, that beauty, that aesthetic perfection. I'm also going to buy some nice clothes. So if you can tell him that, or just whatever parts of that you think is appropriate, I'd appreciate it. So we need Palladium. Do you have Palladium? Most planets have Palladium, so I'm not super worried about it.
Probe launched.
The crew is dead, Dream Whisperer! Dead. I killed them myself with my bare hands. It's the only way.
Probe away.
They knew my terrible, terrible secret.
Probe launched. Probe launched.
It's an Iridium while we're at it.
Launching probe.
The soundtrack has not been changed or modded at all. I'm only running a single mod, and it's the Make Liara Not Look Like Crap mod.
Probe away.
That's good enough. Multi-core shielding. Boop. And we are, for all intents and purposes, good on upgrades for now. What about Liara? What are we doing with Liara?
Commander, I think you'll want to talk to Garrus.
No! Alright, so. Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure we've got Ilium. Oh, we actually do have to go to Ilium. Well, let's see. Ilium, Omega. Citadel, Citadel. Let's get. We'll come back to Ilium. Let's just do Citadel because I know where that is. I'm not actually sure where the other ones are. Unfortunately, yes, I have, Dawn. It was actually one of the first things we did when we gained access to the ship. It was in demand for some reason. Here, Samara. Actually, let's get Thane in here. I know what I'm doing, Narsa. Don't worry about it. We have a very specific order we're doing for a very specific reason. Wait. Where the hell am I?
You'd think Citadel security would be the tightest in the galaxy. I see no fewer than 14 fatal flaws a skilled assassin could exploit. 8 of them existed when I was here 10 years ago.
On the plus side, this is probably the best security in the galaxy. It's just, you know. Let's do this first. Yeah, here's tons and tons of companions. Oh, you can bring 2 of them. What's that? Companions talking with each other? What do you think this is? Dragon Age Origins? Get out of here. Nobody has time for that nonsense.
Those Asari Hanar porn games they sell in Shinakiba are really nasty.
I actually don't think I've heard that line before, no. By just raw coincidence. I do love good burial robes. Get up as a mummy, you know. Fear aura. It's cool. Hey.
What do you want?
I talked to one of the Presidium groundskeepers. He said there aren't any fish in the lakes.
What? I told you. Why have all that water if you're not going to store something to eat in it? I don't understand aliens at all.
Thanks for telling me. It's all he's talked about all damn day.
You're welcome. Let's see. If I had to pick a burial, let's see. Either dump me into my phylactery so I could rise up again and rule the world, or throw me into my giant cybernetic mech suit so I can rise up again and rule the world. I'm cool with either, really. I'm not picky. You could also shove my phylactery into my giant mech suit. I'm okay with that. These don't have to be mutually exclusive.
This Clanless is a thief, and I want her arrested.
What? I was just walking by.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to take a statement here.
There's nothing to talk about. She stole my credit shit. Arrest her.
I did not! Just because I'm a Quarian.
I need you to stop and take a deep breath.
You're mocking me, Earth Clan. Just because the Vol Clan need...
It was a poor choice of words, sir. I apologize.
You say you're falsely accused?
I was walking to the used ship dealer when he barged into me outside the Serta Foundation. He didn't stop or say he was sorry. A minute later, he runs up with C-Sec and accuses me of stealing his damn ship.
Do you spend a lot of time at the used ship dealer?
Yeah, they've got a lot of nice models. I'd like to buy one and take it back to the fleet, but...
Your pilgrimage isn't going so well, is it?
No, I came here thinking there'd be a lot of work. EVA stuff, salvage. Fixing all the damage the Geth attack caused. Everywhere I went to apply, signs said not hiring Quarians. And the other people would give me mean looks.
This is the species biased I understand the least. Why be biased against Quarians? Is what I would say if this was any further back than about 2 months ago. So I made a random comment on one of my videos. I don't remember which one. I think it was one of my Star Trek ones. And I called myself a gypsy. Now, the reason I called myself that is because I don't really settle. I have moved, on average, about once every 2 years. In fact, I've only lived here about 2 years and a couple of months at this point. So, you know, moving around a lot. That's pretty normal for me. It has been my entire life, ever since I was born. So, to me, that was just a typical thing. Then someone on the video says it's interesting that Lore is talking about, you know, racial slurs when he then uses one. Now, I was understandably confused by that. At the time, I didn't even realize what the actual slur was. Someone else popped in and gave one of those very, very long posts explaining the whole thing about how gypsies apparently actually do have, and the use of the word gypsy is apparently being used as a slur in Europe by certain people in certain groups. This is news to me, by the way. I never even heard of this. And I was just like, oh, that... okay. So anyways... so that actually was... I was like, okay, I guess that makes a lot more sense. And so I decided to look a little bit into it, and sure enough, there actually is, ignoring the obvious refugee thing, which I'm not touching with a 10-foot pole, there is apparently a widespread bias against, let's call it in a very neutral term, roamers. People who just don't live in one spot for a long period of time. Yeah, nomads, right? And that is actually a really common bias, although not here in the States, interestingly enough. I've never encountered any of that in my life. Except for just, you know, friends ribbing me for it. It's just interesting. So, I bring all this up because this helps to finally codify something that has confused me for years about why anybody would be biased against the Quarians other than, you know, the Geth thing, which isn't what they're talking about at all.
You ran into each other outside the Serta Foundation. Is it possible the chit fell out of his pocket there?
I guess. Sure, all I know is I didn't take it.
Do you know who's telling the truth?
My Omni tool can tell the Quarian doesn't have a chit on her. But she could have stashed it to recover later. You know what Quarians are like. And she's definitely a vagrant. I'll run her in and see what Bailey wants to do with her.
She's not a vagrant. She's on pilgrimage. It's a tradition in which...
Look, you can take your traditions and cram them. Every time a Quarian shows up here, it's trouble.
Yeah, are you listening to this, by the way?
You say she stole your credit chit?
She must have. When I left the Certa Foundation store, she ran right into me.
How does running into you mean she stole your credit chit?
That's how pickpockets work. They bump into you and use that as a cover for rifling your pockets. You can't turn your back on these clanless Quarians. Thieves, all of them.
Quarians are only forced to steal when people like you won't let them have real jobs.
And to think my taxes pay to support you here. Go back to your fleet, clanless.
I am Clan Zora, crew of the starship Nima, and you are an idiot.
My first instinct was to help you, but I don't like your attitude.
I don't like the company you keep.
Hey, both of you, calm down. Corton, I know you're upset, but that's no excuse to insult everyone around you.
Are you sure you didn't leave your chit at the Certa Foundation?
Of course not. You think I'd make a mistake like that? I didn't even buy anything there. That chit stayed in my pocket.
I'll see if I can find out what happened.
Sir, this is a C-Sec matter. We'll do all we can to resolve this. We don't need civilian help. If you do happen to find the chit, please let one of our officers know.
Civilian help.
Let's go.
Be careful out there.
I mean, I suppose there are circumstances in which we would qualify as a civilian, but in this particular timeline, we have been reinstated as an official Spectre. So, we are a Spectre. We're not a civilian.
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite store on the Citadel.
It's true.
He's my baby. He's all I have left of Jacob.
I know.
I just want to protect...
Good day, citizen. Welcome to the Certa Foundation outlet on Zakera Ward.
A Volus was in here not too long ago. Did he drop a credit chit?
And not that I saw. He didn't purchase anything.
If everything's done by catalog, why are you here?
Customer service. Returns, exchanges, and group rates. We also find that sales are better when there's someone to personally interact with. Though I'm not sure why a human company exclusively hires Asari to work their stores.
Well, that's my limit. Apparently, I signed some kind of contract back on Ilium, which says I actually have to finish the game.
Thanks for your time.
Come back soon, Shepard.
I trust you, Michael. What medical upgrades do you want to get for him?
I don't know. Maybe we should ask random people on the street what they think.
I'm getting the immuno booster. And a drink.
Oh, I don't remember where this thing is. Do anyone remember where the stupid thing is? Speed it up a little bit.
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my...
It's something to do with the Omnigel modulator's heatsink, right? That's why he...
Ah, my favorite customer. What can I get you?
Avolis was in here not too long ago. Did he drop a credit chit?
Oh, yes. He bought some environmental system drivers, then left without his chit. I didn't notice he'd left until he was already gone. If you see him, tell him I have it here behind the counter.
Thanks. Appreciate you.
Thanks for your time.
I'll be here if you need anything.
Did I already buy everything? No, I didn't. Alright, now to go track down the criminals of the Romani. Also known as people who don't live.
To go into my pocket. When I checked, my credit chit was gone.
I didn't even touch you.
Please move along.
You forgot your credit chit at Saronis Applications. The clerk is holding it for you.
Oh. Well, the Quarium could have stolen it.
I'll close this event report, but I'll be watching you. Get a permanent residence, or I'll run you in for vagrancy.
Are you two serious?
What?
You falsely accused this girl of stealing from you. All you have to say now is that she could have stolen it?
Now, just a minute.
And you? She gets harassed and insulted by this guy, and you throw in a threat to arrest her for vagrancy?
How about if I run you in for obstruction of justice?
You think you're gonna run in a Spectre? I think both of you should get out of here.
Son of a...
Thank you. I wish I could give you something more than words.
Can you take care of yourself from here?
I guess. I mean, most nights I eat nutrient paste in a Turian shelter, but I'm surviving.
Good luck, Leah Bael.
Thanks.
Yeah, seriously, I've been to space, yo. Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay. I know it's not polemic day, but screw that cop. You know, we were talking earlier about Bailey and how he's kind of awesome because he's a corrupt, good cop. Remember that? We were talking about how there's kind of some nuance there and there's some, you know, the depth to them. That guy's just a asshole. Just someone who I would take out back and shoot. Honestly. God damn it. Yeah, thank God the future is so much better. Okay. So we got to turn in the couplings. And I'm skipping those two, so that just means we're good to go for our next main thing. So let's get out of here. You know, honestly, I'm actually with that space cadet. Hey, Lieutenant Bailey, this guy was harassing an innocent woman with no just cause. And he also threatened to run me in for sorting out the situation. You know, actually, let's see this. Can we talk to Bailey? I'm actually curious, because I don't think I've ever tried here.
Yes?
I overheard your conversation.
Oh, that's not it.
Isn't down here. Sometimes you
He
have
sounds like a certain...
I should be going.
Okay, so, no. And then Bailey says, why didn't you shoot him? What do you mean? Well, you're a Spectre. You could get away with that legally. Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to make a scene. Odd.
Commander, I think you'll want to talk to Garrus.
Garrus can wait. Yeah, it plays the first time you show up, Jathan, so. That's true, I don't want to make paperwork for Bailey. He's got enough on his plate right now.
The new armor reinforcements really threw off the gravimetric profile. But engines are good to go. I rebalanced the Gilborn coefficients and adjusted the anterior intakes on the second-tier stabilizers.
I love it when you talk dirty.
Would you two get a room?
We just got those FBA couplings installed. Now we only have to calibrate every week instead of every day. We're thinking about celebrating our newfound free time with some Skillian 5 poker. Want to join us?
Come on, Kenneth. The commander doesn't want to play cards with grease monkeys like us.
I mean, I like how we can be nasty here. No gambling on my ship, for I am pure evil. There is no fun allowed. It is verboten.
Actually, that sounds interesting.
You in, Tali?
Sure, that sounds fun.
Fantastic. I'll get the cards.
My Skillian 5's a bit rusty. You'll be easy on the rookie, right?
Of course, Commander. It's all friendly.
Yeah, right.
We won 500 credits.
Be gentle on the rookie. I can't believe we fell for that.
Never underestimate Shepard.
It's so worth losing to see you taken down a notch.
Beat me at my own game. You're all right, Shepard.
I think we win pretty much no matter what. It's just the specifics of how we win. Pure Pazak. Also, I will admit to my shame that I have used that particular grift many times in real life. Now, I'm not actually all that good at this game. And then I play pool with someone, you know.
Commander, I think you'll want to talk to Garrus.
And I mean, it's true. I'm not that good at the game. Compared to the best players in the world. But, okay. Tuchanka. I always want to add a Y in there for some reason. I hope you're enjoying it, Pika. Yeah, we made the shields, we made the armor, we made the weapons, so we're good to go on the updates. Apparently have... Oh, right, the cooldown. Yeah, I should see if I have the resources for that. I'm really good at poker. Because I play the player, not the game. Which... Duh, essentially. Ah, there it is. 10 cooldowns. Hey, I can actually afford it, too. Nice. Thank you for reminding me, Django. Is there another way to play poker? I know a lot of people who prefer to play the game over the players.
I think you'll want to talk to Garrus.
And they are wrong. We are doing... hang on, let me look at my list here, but I'm pretty sure... Yep, we are actually going to do the Lair of the Shadow Broker and Arrival after the Suicide Mission. However, we will be doing Overlord right before the IFF. So I believe that's all the DLC. Double checking. Yep. Not done with Act 2. Scarred by bombardment craters, radioactive rubble, choking ash, salt flats, alkaline seas, Tuchanka can barely support life. Thousands of years ago, life grew in fierce abundance under the F-class star, Aralak, a Reich clan word meaning the Eye of Roth. Tree analogs grew in thick jungles, roots growing out of shallow, silty seas. Life fed upon life in an evolutionary crucible. This world died in nuclear firestorms after the Krogan split the atom. A little ice age of nuclear winter killed off much of the remaining plant life. In remaining centuries, many Krogan have returned to their homeworld. The reduced albedo has caused global temperatures to rise. In order to maintain livable temperatures, a vast shroud was assembled at the L1 Lagrange point. It is maintained by the Council Demilitarization Enforcement Bureau, which is based on an orbiting battle station. Excuse me, there's multiple battle stations. Advisory, visitors to Tuchanka land at their own risk. The CDEM will not attempt to extract citizens threatened by clan warfare. Advisory, the ecology of Tuchanka is deadly. Nearly every native species engages in some predatory behavior. Even the remaining vegetation is carnivorous. Travel beyond guarded areas is strongly discouraged. Population 2.1 billion. Alright, so obviously we're bringing the two big boys because we're doing both of their missions right now. So for you... Oh, I want incendiary. I want full incendiary ammo. What do we got here? AoE incendiary ammo. Ah, and of course, the whole party gets the incendiary, which is the only ammo thing worth getting. Why'd I kill the council? Because I never have before. You know, I don't know, Django. Is Tuchanka more inhospitable than Tatooine? You know, it's one of those funny things about science, is that you can get into layers of hospitability. Like, some places are extraordinarily inhospitable. And then some places are extraordinarily inhospitable, but in a completely different way. Yeah, Tuchanka is what that's a good phrase for it. In fact, I think I've heard that term before. Tatooine is closer to being a tomb world. It's not fully a tomb world, but it's more in that direction. Tuchanka is a death world, which is a different concept. So, two very different types of inhospitable here. Let's make sure Grunt is equipped with... Yep, nope, that's right, the Claymore. I'm right. And sure, the Vindicator. I'm pretty sure I've seen it in Stellaris as well, Trithan, and I think there's another bit of sci-fi that tends to reference that. I'll give you the Locust and the Carnifex. Make sure I still have the Locust and the Carnifex, which I do. Well, one of them was written to be evil, Lotario. Really tiny hippo.
The clan leader wants to speak with you. Keep your running pet on a short leash. Get him the right soon or put him down.
Do you know what's wrong with him? What he needs?
There's nothing wrong with him. Just go speak to the clan leader. Take your business to the clan leader, and keep your running pet on a short...
Just let me by. I have been...
Also, I believe this is the last hub planet we'll be going to, so that's cool.
Someday we'll get off this rock and show those Turians who's boss. Damn right. Tear their scales off and let the Pyjax feast on them while they're still alive. Ha!
Cool. Is that
Dreadnought clan reports use weak encryption. I see references to a captured Solarian in the logs of the Chief Scout.
Good. Talk to Scout then. Or Chief. Either one acceptable.
Also, I have been unable to access local medical records. I suggest asking the local clan leader for assistance with Grunt's problem.
Why would anybody want a Krogan hump? There it is.
This is the great Krogan homeworld. This is the land of Kredok, Shiagar, and Vio. This chunk of rock is barely worth standing on. Never thought I'd miss the tank.
Frankly, I'm with you on that one. But we're here to go and talk with my brother.
Halt. You must wait till the clan leader summons you. He is
in talks.
You know what tradition demands. Clan Urdnot must respond. Your reforms will not go unopposed. You risk appearing weak at a critical time.
Shepard.
Good enough. Excuse me.
Out of my... Shepard! My friend. You look well for dead, Shepard. Should have known the void couldn't hold you.
Okay, can I pause and just say that Rex has tied for the best reaction to us being alive? Tully's just kind of like, huh. Garrus has no real reaction. Oh, at least his is understandable since he's pretty exhausted. And, like Ashley and Caden, we've already complained about that one. But Rex is just like, Shepard! And I just, where the hell have you been, boy?
Looks like helping me destroy Saren and the Geth has worked out for you. Glad we didn't have to kill each other on Vermeer.
You made the rise of Urdnot possible. Vermeer was a turning point for the Krogan, though not everyone was happy about it. Destroying Saren's genophage cure freed us from his manipulation. I used that to spur the clans to unify under Urdnot.
You abandoned many traditions to get your way. Dangerous.
Sure thing, Dorn.
Speak when spoken to, Uvenk. I'll drag your clan to glory whether it likes it or not. Now, Shepard, what brings you here?
Also, I love that Rex's throne is a pile of debris put together in the shape of a throne.
Destroyed in a Collector surprise attack. I ended up spaced.
Well, you look good. Ah, the benefits of a redundant nervous system.
Yeah. Humans don't have that.
Oh, it must have been painful then. But you're standing here, and you've got a strong new ship. Takes me back to the old days. Us against the unknown, killing it with big guns. Good times.
Sounds like you've got big changes ahead for the Krogan.
We are making a neutral ground where all clans are welcome. Fertile females can be shared among clans. We will strengthen the race as a whole.
You threaten everything that makes us strong. It will not last.
Maybe. Until then, you're lucky to be a part of it.
How do you maintain security with so many different clans in one place?
Any clan willing to send in hostages can come in. No fighting inside the camp. Each clan punishes its own criminals. We stop conflicts before anyone dies. Then we present a simple choice. Pay a fine and deal with your problems, or your clan is no longer welcome.
That doesn't sound very harsh by Krogan standards.
Allies from other clans like what I'm doing. They help deal with skeptics. Many are eager for an outlet. Every time I've declared a clan unwelcome, my allies have destroyed them. Word gets around.
What do the women of Clan Urdnot think about this plan?
It was our female clan leader's idea. The neutral area is safe, and it encourages more female clans to ally with us. Attacks on Urdnot now endanger the females of all clans. Even clans that want to see me dead will defend Clan Urdnot.
Your women have their own clan structure?
Nothing is more valuable than a fertile female. We know it. They know it. They isolate themselves for their own protection. We work together to set up breeding alliances. I can hardly do anything without clan leader Yuta's approval.
We can say whatever we want about that, but I appreciate how much sense that makes for the exact situation we're facing. The Krogan. Given the genophage and given their problems, the fact that they barely have a functioning government of any type, and the fact that they're effectively on the bare bones beginnings of a society and civilization, and then you add in the pragmatic survival realities of just existing, yeah, no, that tracks.
What's so important about maintaining individual clans?
Every clan has different customs, rites of passage, rules of behavior, battle songs, all unique. That diversity makes us great. No clan, not even mine, was meant to survive on its own.
You know, this may sound very strange, Sean. I know you and I disagree on a lot of things, except for the fact that Shantae is awesome. But I was thinking about this recently. One of the paradoxes of any game where you can make decisions with regards to a character is that acknowledging those decisions gets more and more of a nightmare the further on a franchise goes. There's a lot of ways to deal with that, some of which work, some of which don't, and it's all a trade-off no matter what you do. But one of the more interesting ideas, and very few games have actually touched on this, is to remove a character from being a party member at all. Remove them from the player's control and place them in the developer's control, so that they can then write the character and actually flesh them out and do things with them and blah blah blah. Ironically, the only hitch here in this exact equation is that Rex himself has effectively a 50-50 chance of being dead. So they have to write everything considering that Rex might be dead instead of a major character and alive. So that's whatever.
I hope that works well for your people. But back to the reason I'm here.
We don't often allow aliens to do business on Tuchanka, but you're an exception.
Good to see you, Rex. Sure you can't come with us?
Wish I could, but I need to keep these short-sighted fools in line. Hunt well, Shepard.
I actually meant to...
Shepard, what can I do for you, my friend?
I have a Krogan on my crew. He has some kind of sickness and needs treatment.
Where are you from, whelp? Was your clan destroyed before you could learn what is expected of you?
I have no clan. I was tank bred by Warlord Okeer. My line distilled from Kredok, Moro, Shiagar.
You recite warlords, but you are the offspring of a syringe.
I am pure Krogan. You should be in awe.
Okeer's a very old name. A very hated name.
He is dead.
Of course. You're with Shepard. How could he be alive?
That says so much. It really does. But I just have to give a little bit of commentary on the fact that Grunt's "I am pure Krogan, you should be in awe" is not said with pride or egotism. It's said like it's a statement of fact that he hasn't really wrapped his head around. In fact, he doesn't even really seem to believe it himself, right? And that's because Steve Blum is actually a freaking good voice actor, as I've said many times.
I need Grunt back up to speed. What's wrong with him?
There's nothing wrong with him. He's becoming a full adult.
Ah, puberty ritual. Common among species with hormone-driven reproductive urges.
I don't care what aliens call it. Krogan undergo the rite of passage.
Too far, Rex. Your clan may rule, but this thing is not Krogan.
Idiot. So, Grunt, do you wish to stand with Urdnot?
Really quick. Thank you, Kai Snow. I'm afraid, however, that you can totally put that towards something. Oh yeah, I know. I like that the king doesn't take offense. It's the frickin' Chancellor. Ace Combat 0.
You'll let a tank-bred Krogan join Clan Urdnot?
Only because he's with you. After all, you and I killed thousands like him. Not quite as big, but many. Clan Urdnot is strong, and the others will do as I say. They see the benefit of my vision.
What does the rite of passage require?
Not for me to say, Shepard. The shaman will discuss that.
Blum did play Oghren in Dragon Age Origins. And a few bajillion other roles over the years. He's well known for doing the low gravelly voice, which is actually his real-life normal voice, which is funny. But he is an excellent voice actor with tremendous talent and range. And it is very rare that Blum is allowed to actually act, which is a damn shame.
What happens if he doesn't do this rite of passage?
If he was left here, he would be killed.
See you around, Sean.
The clanless are not respected. A tank bred, probably more so. His disposition is what it is, right or no. That's just him being a Krogan. Okeer didn't tell you that in the tank. Did he, boy?
This is his choice.
It is in my blood. It is what I am for. Good boy. Speak with the shaman. He's over on the second level. Give him a good show and he'll set you on the path.
I think they actually...
You too, Shepard. How many times have you stepped in a mess for your crew, hmm?
Listen. I've had a theory for a while that they actually changed voice directors in Mass Effect 3, but I've never actually done the research to verify that or not.
I need to go. We'll go over this another time.
Watch yourself, Shepard. Tuchanka isn't safe and homey like Theros and Ilos.
Well, Spike Spiegel is voiced by Steve Blum with his normal voice, which is what most people hire him for. So, that would track.
You see that special they had on the extranet? That crap rots your brain. You should be out hunting. Or fixing something if you can't hunt. It was a special vid on the Citadel.
I would get along with Krogan pretty well, actually.
Presidium has a big statue of a Krogan right in the middle. Well, I'm not putting a damn Asari statue up here, if that's what you want. Don't be a fool. They were honoring our fight against the Raptor. Maybe they could have honored us by not bombing us with the genophage.
Ahem. But I would never want to actually be a Krogan.
The Citadel has these huge arms. Millions of people live there. Why do you care so much? You gonna leave Tuchanka? Run off with the damn blood-pack mercs? No. Then shut up and quit yammering about what you'll never see. You say you're happy here in this camp? Where the power doesn't work half the time? And Pyjox and Baird and other clans are always trying to kill us? Yes. And you know why? Because I don't look at that damn extranet. Who cares what human colonies are getting attacked? Who cares who's declaring war? This camp, these rocks, this is all we're ever gonna see. This is real. The Citadel was damn pretty, though. So's the sun. Stare at either of them for too long, you go blind.
Well, that's extremely depressing.
See that special they had on the extranet? That crap. I'll tear you apart. You don't have to...
But yeah, I'd take being an Asari over being a Krogan. They live about as long, and they're not Krogan.
Don't crowd the ambassador.
Turn back, human. I may be an ambassador among my people, but that doesn't mean I have to speak to the likes of you. Don't think that carrying this whelp of a Krogan makes you worth my time. Leave now before my guards decide to eject you.
You seem like a well-traveled Krogan, Ambassador.
I am.
Then you must know who I am. And you have to be aware that bad things happen to those who oppose me.
Stand down, men. I'm starting to like this human.
That was the Paragon option.
Ambassador to Urdnot from Clan Nakmor. We're a small clan based in the Kratic Wastes.
If Nakmor is a small clan, how do you keep the more powerful clans from destroying you?
We are the clan of the great warlord Nakmor Krall, who faced down platoons of Turians and won. Most clans lend us the respect our ancestor is due.
What business does Clan Nakmor have with the Urdnot?
Clan leader Rex requested that I come. He and Clan Nakmor have been in talks about a more permanent alliance. With our help, Urdnot could rally others behind its banner and truly unite Tuchanka, and we would gain the chance to fight in larger battles with greater plunder.
I thought all Krogan want to be warriors. What makes a Krogan become an ambassador?
You don't know as much as you think, human. A Krogan diplomat has to represent the strength of his people, or his clan appears ripe for conquest. I slaughtered my way to the top of my clan, human. I speak with the authority of a warrior.
I should go.
I'm sure you are needed elsewhere.
You go beyond yourself, Gatatog Uvank. The rights of Urdnot are dominant. How do we know it will challenge him? He's unnatural. The beasts of the right could ignore him like a lump of plastic. They know blood no matter the womb. Your barking does not help your case.
I'll speak for myself.
This is the tank bread. It is very lifelike. Smells correct as well. Your protests ring hollow, Uvank.
That's because it is Worf, Blade Trabal.
I don't care what this idiot says. Grunt has the right to be here.
There's some fire, and from an alien. Oh, the shame this heaps on those who whine like pups. If this must stand on ritual, then I invoke a denial. My Krant stands against him. He has no one. My patience is tested, but Uvank invokes correctly. Grunt, who is your Krant? Your allies willing to kill and die on your behalf?
Grunt will strengthen Clan Urdnot. Name our target, and it will die.
Spoken well. Most aliens, and some Krogan, do not understand our ways. I believe this human does. Aliens don't know strength. My followers are true Krogan. Everything about Grunt is a lie. You dare. I like this human. He understands. I withdraw my denial. This will be decided elsewhere. You have provoked them. Reason enough for me to like you. They're your problem now.
Do we need any special equipment?
To begin the rite, only the candidate and his Krant are required. You love battle, don't you, Shepard? The last gasp of a dying opponent. Bring your love of the fight to Grunt's trial, and he will succeed.
What's funny is I've actually heard people theorize, legitimately theorize, that because so much of us is cybernetic after the end of 1 and beginning of 2, that we literally do have a titanium skull, and so we can be like, BAM!
Is that Krogan gonna be a problem?
He is forbidden to interfere, will he? During the rite of passage, you must be ready for anything, Shepard. From what you've shown me, you will not disappoint.
We've waited long enough. Tell us how this works.
Still your impatience, Shepard. For now, know that Grunt will be tested, and that you must adapt.
Let's do it.
We're ready. Let's do this.
Excellent.
Everyone gets a turn. Grunt. And Mordin, because of course. For there is no one better than Mordin here. Also, Django said I should swap Mordin entirely too late. But honestly, I'm not sure who else I would bring, so that's whatever. Ooh. I don't care about achievements, really, so we'll see. I'm not haughty. Oh, naughty. Giga! Look, it's not my fault. I have a massive crew of extremely attractive females, okay?
This is Tachanka's most recent scar. The last surface city to fall in the rebellions. The Keystone was at the heart. It has survived wars and the passage of centuries. It endures. Like the Krogan. If you wish to join Clan Urdnot, you must contemplate the Keystone and its trials.
What will happen?
Who knows? You must adapt. You must thrive no matter the situation. Any true Krogan will.
First the Krogan conquered Tuchanka, and mastered a natural world only we are fit to hold.
Here they come. I'm ready.
Making contact.
Right on your ass. One more. I am one more. Wink.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, since we have that... oh, it's already on? I don't see the buff.
There. These pieces
Oh, there it is.
know I'm worthy.
What? Yeah, no, it's on from the Carnifex. I feel like... Yeah, please. There we go. Okay. Ready to burninate the countryside, which... Okay, honestly, maybe it doesn't need any additional burnination, but, you know, whatever. Tuchanka.
They'll all die.
Worthless.
Listen, I ain't here to question the Burninator, okay? I got stuff to do. So, I'm completely ignorant of everything ever and have no idea what I'm talking about. But it makes a degree of sense to me that a world which has been as blasted as this one would have these kind of windstorms. Because from my extremely lack of knowledge about everything,
Not difficult.
I'm fairly certain that lack of a proper biome, atmosphere, and other things to keep everything stable, winds just kind of pick up, right? And naturally, because the winds are picking up, they carry stuff with them. Now what we have is this kind of blasted hellscape.
Oh, I'm worthy.
So, why are you using a pistol?
Change weapon!
Now you're dead!
Should do the trick.
Ready for another round, Shepard. Tag the keystone.
Then the Krogan were lifted to the stars to destroy the fears of a galaxy. An enemy only we could chase to their lair.
They're just from 2, Mitch Connor. We don't review franchises like that, so... Every point you see is just for Mass Effect 2. Hello?
Enemies inbound. Incoming.
feel that cooldown reduction. Damn it, Eternus. Oh, that's a convenient pause time anyways, so let's go ahead and hold tab. Refresh. Eternus says, bow! Bow for me, you child monkey! Thank you very much, as always. If you would like to put that towards something other than me dancing, please let me know.
We need to trigger the keystone to continue the rite. The keystone. We must have to trigger it.
Hang on, Grunt. Hang on.
Part of the rite.
Need to rob your people first.
Now, all Krogan bear the Genovage. Our reward, our curse. It is a fight where the only goal is survival.
Feel that? Everything shaking.
I do like sparkling water and StarCraft. Look at these weird tentacles. Ow, I wouldn't worry about it.
Up front!
Holy crap. Okay, real talk. How many of you, when you saw this, freaked out?
Worth fighting.
This burned nicely.
Shouldn't have hit me. Either of those, but that's okay. Everything's fine here. We're fine.
Ready for another round, Shepard. Tag the keystone. We need to trigger the keystone to continue the rite.
Now, all Krogan bear the Genovage. Our reward, our curse. It is a fight where the only goal is survival.
Feel that? Everything's shaking.
See you around, Krenthler. Hello, Seth. I have never played this game with a controller, so I can't speak to that, Torchinator. I also never would play this game with a controller, so there's that too. I can't do shooters with controller, it just doesn't work.
Just the thing to help. Flammable or inflammable. Forget which. Doesn't matter. Deploying incineration tech.
You start regenning game? Jesus.
We have company. Good. I want more.
Klingon, Eternus. Krogans are awesome, but Klingons have literal, real-life decades of development.
And who brought down the Thresher Maw. No one has done that in generations. Urdnot Rex was the last.
My Krat gave me strength beyond my genes, which are damn good.
This will cause discussion. I wonder. You say you are pure, no alien meddling in your construction, just the Warlord Okeer.
The best Krogan traits are distilled into Grunt. He's designed to be perfect.
Being designed is the problem, but not made by aliens. And he is truly powerful. That is a tolerable loophole.
A what?
A reason to accept you. You are a mistake, but your potential could tip the current balance of the clans.
You spit on my father's name, on Shepard's name, but now you stop ranting because I'm strong.
With restrictions. You could not breed, of course, or serve on an alien ship, but you'd be clan in name.
You talk like he's a thing. You're after his power. You don't really want him in your clan.
Of course not. I didn't really want to cooperate with Clan Urdnot either, but I had to. Clan Gatatog is on the verge, either of greatness or of joining the dust. I get traditional support if I fight you, and reformer support if I back you. Your rite of passage tipped that balance too.
It's your choice, Grunt. Sounds like an easy job.
That's the problem. I'm pure Krogan. Uvik, you were the pretender.
Your head is valuable, whether you're alive or dead.
Just try to take it.
Well, okay.
We've been spotted.
Well, time to kill Worf again. That's 2 video games I've played where I get to kill Worf. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. 3. Fallout 2, Saints Row 2, and Mass Effect 2.
I'll put them down.
Come on. I don't know, Caspian.
signal at the Keystone to get out of here and leave him to rot.
Game?
Many survive, but it has been years since a Thresher Maw fell. Your names shall live in glory. Grunt, you are Urdnot. You may now own property. Join the army and apply to serve under a battle master.
Shepard is my battle master. He has no match.
Understood. Congratulations, Urdnot Grunt. Accept this token from Fortak. His weapons are the finest we have.
What were you called before you became shaman?
I gave up my name when I became the shaman. I am a conduit for the rage and bloodlust of my people. It would be wrong to retain my old identity. My life belongs to the clan.
I want to know about Tuchanka's past.
Tuchanka is a place of great gifts. It kills the weak, torments the slow, and destroys the stupid. Survival is an honor, and here, Krogan thrive. We cover this planet with our civilization, only to burn it to the ground a dozen times over. Each time, we grow stronger. When we are wise and powerful enough, we will tame the planet forever.
It's not how that works, but okay. Also, while we're on the subject, how do you get enough food? I'm asking for a friend.
I've never heard anyone say that wiping out their own civilization was a good thing.
I'd have thought you, of all aliens, would understand, Shepard. The Krogan empires and clans of the past were glorious, built in great battles and conquests, but their cores were weak. How else could they have fallen? When Krogan civilization achieves its apex, there will be no stopping it. No stopping us.
Neat. Anyways, you'll notice how that theme is cropping up once again. The past. We've got the traditionalism of Worf, we've got Rex trying to drag the Krogan into a new future, we've got the Krogan rights and their history and how they're still dealing with that.
Tell me about Krogan rites and ceremonies.
You have seen the rite of passage. Krogan suffer the rite of life at birth, and the rite of honor when they wish to be considered for breeding. The rite of firsts is suffered before a Krogan faces a new enemy. A clan leader also undergoes many rites in service to the clan.
What rites did you go through to become Chief Shaman?
Becoming the shaman is excruciating. I passed through rites that made me wish to die. I carry the scars on my soul. I must perform rites each dawn and dusk to keep me bound into our Krogan nature. Our spirit is one of violence and death. I must be attuned to that.
Your job is awful.
Indeed.
I should go.
May your foes be strong enough to keep you sharp.
We can use this.
Grunt has joined Clan Urdnot and should be emotionally stable. We'll monitor Krogan's progress of societal acceptance with Clan Urdnot. Hopefully clan bonds will not interfere with loyalty to Shepard. Data regarding Krogan clan politics, useful.
You don't have the pleasure that the tank bred in the human killed the Thresher Maw.
Everybody's heard. Hasn't been done since Rex himself.
Hang on, there's one thing I gotta trigger here really quick. Just the
Urdnot
once.
clan reports use weak encryption. I see references to a captured Solarian in the logs of the Chief Scout.
Good. Talk to Scout then. Or Chief. Either one acceptable.
In addition, killing the Thresher Maw has produced several breeding requests for Grunt and one for Shepard.
I don't want to think about the biology of that.
You just can't help making trouble. No one has killed a Maw since my turn in the right. Next you'll tell me he's a Quint and crap's dark matter. Guess that's what it takes to replace me. You are Urdnot Grunt. Welcome.
I'm looking for a Solarian. He was captured by the Blood Pack and brought here.
My scout commander can direct you. He's probably near the perimeter running target practice. Don't take too much of his time. I need a constant watch on the other clans.
I need to go. We'll go over this another time.
Hunt well, Shepard.
X. Hope you enjoyed that, because that's kind of the last we're going to talk to Rex in this game.
Watch it, human.
Listen, I would totally have sex with the Turian. By which I mean...
Straight ahead.
I'm stuck with the train.
Give me a reason.
There we go.
Step back. My Varen is hungry.
What do you want, human? Rex told me to be polite. He didn't say you were going to talk to me.
I'm looking for a Solarian. The Blood Pack captured him and he was last seen around here.
I heard about that Solarian. Poor bastard. If it's Blood Pack, then Clan Weyrloc has him. Sent one of my scouts to check it out, but he never reported back. Guess they got him, too. Chief told me to give you one of the trucks. Just follow the highway to Weyrloc's base if you've got the quads to deal with him in the Blood Pack.
What can you tell me about Clan Weyrloc's base?
Last I heard, the clan was holed up in an old hospital. I haven't seen it, though. I've only seen Clan Weyrloc from a distance. If I'd gotten closer, I'd have taken a shot. You get inside, though, bring a big gun. Weyrloc's base is crawling with Blood Pack.
That doesn't sound too defensible. Why'd they hole up there?
Any hospital on Tuchanka has to be built well enough to withstand a bunch of enraged Krogan. When an injury forces us to switch over to secondary organs, things get messy. Higher thought processes don't always transition properly. Blood rage, they call it.
Any idea what they're doing with the Solarian?
I assume they wanted to torture him. You don't take somebody home just to kill them. It's messy. Maybe he pissed off the Blood Pack, and they brought him here for special treatment. No skin off my hump what they'd do with him. One less alien on Tuchanka.
You don't seem to have much love lost for aliens.
Don't get your quads in a twist. If I was gonna kill you, you'd know it. Rex believes we need to unite the Krogan people. I don't think we can do that with off-worlders interfering, but it's not my call.
What's Clan Weyrloc's reputation, and how are they involved with the Blood Pack?
Tough humps, and they're not friendly like we are. You ever run into the Blood Pack? Mercenary gang. Clan Weyrloc started it, one of the only gangs with an off-world presence. They're fanatics, totally devoted to Weyrloc Guld. Whatever they did with your Solarian, Guld's behind it.
But the Blood Pack has non-Krogan members, like Vorcha.
Ha! The Vorcha. They're just like the Varen, only they can use guns and don't crap on the floor as often. The Krogan are the only real members of the Blood Pack. Anyone else is just there to soak enemy fire.
What makes Guld so special?
He's got 2 children. One of them is a girl. Some people think he's got a destiny. Not me. I had a cousin who won 20 consecutive games of Quasar. Lucky bastard. I'd ask my cousin for a loan, but I wouldn't swear allegiance to him. Luck. That's all it is. Same for Guld.
How refreshingly down to earth.
Thanks for the information.
Anything that... You need anything
Talk
else?
to you later.
One wrong step, Shepard,
dealing with a Varen attack. What? Any promising warriors?
Yes, of course. They're strong. One day they will tear our enemies apart. I hear you killed a Thresher Maw. Impressive.
Good, Varen. Stay. This looks interesting.
One of the children, probably 5 years from the lab. He had my eyes, I think.
Huh. Think you actually had a fertile female on one of your trips to their camp?
I must have.
A son. Good for you. We'll get a ring call to celebrate.
Child. My son. Blake tackled the Varen. He was good. Fast. Strong.
Well, of course he was. Any son of yours must be.
Then they went back to the female camp. He was so fast. Should I ask the female clan for right of parentage?
Why bother with all the politics? You know you've sired a son. That's enough.
I could teach him to hunt, the best way to shoot a gun, to fight with honor and savagery.
You can do that next time they bring the children.
It's not the same. Just wish. I don't know. Things could be different. We could live together, us, the women, the children.
You know we can't. We'd just be one big, weak target. Have to keep the fertile females safe. The children safer.
Damn the genophage. I think I'll take you up on that ring call later.
One more win in the pits, and that... You killed that Thresher Maw on foot?
Welcome to the clan, Urdnot Grunt. Honored to be a part of it. Good for you. Now go find something else to do. Those fools brought this Tomka back from a skirmish without its combustion manifold. They say it got shot off in the field. You tell me, how can you expect a Tomka to run without a combustion manifold?
Any idea where I could find a combustion manifold?
Yeah, I can make one. Give me 3 days and a barrel of Ringcall. The one they lost is probably still out in the field. It's too much to expect them to collect it and bring the damn thing back.
I've never seen a Krogan mechanic before.
What? You think we kidnap Quarians and make them do the hard work? Not anymore, we don't.
I'm going out into the field. If I see a combustion manifold, I'll bring it back with me.
If you did, it would save me a lot of work. Maybe bring back my sunny disposition.
Let me get out of your way.
Don't do me any favors.
Krogans hit by genophage, nuclear assaults, civil wars. Still survive.
Yeah, no thanks to you or anyone else.
Impressive to see life adapt, continue despite circumstances. Inspiring.
I don't mean to interrupt there, but if the Council races wanted to genocide the Krogan, they would have. The whole point of the genophage was to come up with a far more complex solution that didn't genocide them. Not that I'm in favor of it or justifying it, just pointing it out.
The reaction produced could be...
God, those are expensive.
As I understand it, Clan Urdnot has a new member. So, You're our new warrior. The shaman gave you the customary upgrades, I assume. He's fast to pass on my work as his reward. Use them well. The Lord High Researcher for Clan Urdnot has no time to make replacements. But perhaps I can offer a discount.
You must be working on something important.
I was building the biggest, best defensive ordnance yet. A real ground pounder. But the new clan leader wastes my time with frivolous research. Crop genetics, medicinal improvements. We can buy that stuff from the Solarians.
Solarians created genophage, I've heard. Still trust them with medicines and agriculture?
Yeah. What else can the Solarians do to us at this point? It's not like they can make us even more infertile. Actually, wait, forget I said anything.
I was gonna say, yes, they literally can.
I take it you're a scientist.
I used to be a scientist. I designed weapons. Now my genius is wasted on frivolous things. Things that don't explode. My predecessor said no one would understand the true worth of my work. As I pulled my blade from his chest, I knew he was telling the truth.
Not exactly what I would call effective academic peer review.
I don't care what you'd call it. We value the will to use what we create, not just the ability to create it. We don't count success until the ground shakes in response.
Enjoy your research.
Yes, move along.
Alright, just for you, since I am, as ever, your dancing monkey. Which means, yes, you just punched me. As it should be.
Don't touch anything. Place your bet on the pits, human. We won't regret it.
Still looking for that Solarian? Or did you just...
Oh, wow. Was that always there? I feel like it was, but I don't remember noticing it before. Sure. Hang on, actually, hold on. Oh yeah, there we go. Cyborg Grunt. Let's do it. Yeah, the circle. I'm pretty sure it was there before and I just didn't really notice it. Sure. Okay. It's still probably the best decision in the franchise, Gasman. Even knowing its effects on 3. Cyborg Grunt is ready. Give me my buff. Give me my buff. Now, those are some speakers right there.
I am Krogan! Take it!
That's the reference, Tiny Hippo. I had to throw it in there for anybody who actually watched the lore run. Well, let's pretend I didn't explain the joke.
Like
Now you're dead!
I mean, if you think about it, what's more terrifying? Tuchanka or Australia?
Nothing can hurt me.
I don't know, does Australia look like it's got the Eye of Sauron going on? Real question, I've never been to Australia. Maybe they really do have Sauron down there. It would explain a lot.
One more. Feel the blood rage! Nothing can hurt me!
Debris, I think, Tiny Hippo.
Too late. Now you're dead! Nothing can hurt me!
Not difficult.
It's a good question, Space Cadet. But considering they mentioned that this city was one of the last cities to stand during the Krogan Rebellion, I have a feeling that that's when this one was smashed. I could be wrong about that, though, so don't quote me. Yeah, either way, it was quite a long time ago. That's the funny part.
Repurposed Krogan Hospital. Sturdy, built to withstand punishment. That body, human. Need to take a look. Sores, tumors, ligatures showing restraint at wrists and ankles, track marks for repeated injection sites. Test subject. Victim of experimentation.
I don't suppose there's a way to tell who this poor bastard was?
No tattoos or ID. Maybe slave or prisoner, maybe merc or pirate. Irrelevant now. Clearly part of Krogan tests to cure genophage. Humans useful as test subjects. Genetically diverse. Enables exploration of treatment modalities.
Using humans is wrong. We should use Quarians instead. Nobody cares about them. Or, I don't know, Asari? Aren't Asari genetically diverse? Oh no, I guess they're actually genetically stagnant, aren't they? Hanar. Perfect. We'll use Hanar. The Keepers. Vorcha. You know what? I like the way you think. could have a test, and then we could have a meal.
Wouldn't something native to Tuchanka work better? Farron, maybe?
Yes, human experiments strictly high-level concept testing. Native Tuchanka fauna likely used later in development stages. Wise to delay use of Varren until necessary. Powerful bite.
Of course he doesn't have any input on these missions. Why would he? That would involve writing.
What can you tell about their experiments from looking at the body?
Position of tumors suggests deliberate mutation of adrenal pineal glands, modifying hormone levels, counterattack on glands hit by genophage. Clever.
Do you think they're close to curing the genophage?
Can't say. Need more data. Conceptually sound, though. Genophage alters hormone levels, could repair damage with hormonal counterattack.
How are humans more genetically diverse?
More variable. Peaks and valleys, mutations, adaptations, far beyond other life. Makes humans useful test subjects. Larger reactions to smaller stimuli.
I know we can look much different from each other, but Asari have a wide range of skin tones.
No, ignore superficial appearance, down to genetic code. Biotic abilities, intelligence levels. Can look at random Asari, Krogan, make reasonable guess. Humans, too variable to judge. Outliers in all species, of course. Geniuses, idiots. But human probability curve offers greater overall variety.
Cool.
Come on, we still need to find Malin.
Agreed.
Yeah, Okeer's like, we must retain the genophage. It is the only way. It has weight.
I am the speaker for Clan Werlock, Offworlders. You have shed our blood. By rights, you should be dead already. But Werlock Gold, the Chief of Chiefs, has ordered that you be given leave to flee and spread the message of our coming.
Krogan don't generally let people go. What does Clan Werlock have planned?
If you walk away now, you can tell your children that you saw Clan Werlock before our blood pact conquered the stars. You think the Erd not impressive? They are pitiful! Werlock Gold will destroy them! The Solarian will cure the genophage, and Clan Werlock will spread across the galaxy in a sea of blood!
Appears they discovered Malin's work. Unfortunate.
It doesn't have to happen like this. I can understand wanting to cure the genophage.
No, human, you understand nothing! You have not seen the piles of children that never lived. The Krogan were wronged. We will make it right, and then we will have our revenge!
Half the galaxy sees the Krogan as victims. If you start a war, you'll lose their support.
We have the Blood Pack, and we have the Solarian. When our clan numbers in the millions, we will not need support. When we cure the genophage, Werlock Gold will rule all Krogan. The Krogan rebellions will become the Krogan Empire!
You talk too much.
See? The human cannot hit a simple target!
We've been spotted.
Survive!
Hold up. This is gonna be relevant later. Oh, it's not here, is it? One moment. There it is. Okay. Ahem.
Feel the blood rage! One more.
Hostile target!
Too late. Now you're dead.
Labs likely through there. Can smell antiseptic, hint of dead flesh.
Just get us there.
Active console may contain useful data. One moment. Genetic sequences. Hormone mutagens is still steady. Protein chains, live tissue, clone tissue. Very thorough. Standard treatment vectors. Avoiding scorched earth immunosuppressants to alter hormone levels. Good. Hate to see that.
Most people wouldn't be so casual about developing a sterility plague, Morton.
Not developing, modifying, much more difficult, working within confines of existing genophage, 100 times the complexity. Errors unacceptable, could cause total sterility, malignant tumors, could even reduce effectiveness, worse than doing nothing. Had to keep Krogan population stable, 1 in 1,000, perfect target, optimal growth, like gardening.
What was it like working on the genophage modification project?
Best years of my life. Wake up with ideas, talk over breakfast, experiments all morning. Statistical analysis in afternoon, run new simulations during dinner, set data runs to cook overnight. Laughter, ego, argument, passion, Galaxy's biggest problem, massive resources thrown at us. Got anything we wanted.
Do you keep in touch with your old team members?
No. All changed with deployment. Made test drop on isolated Krogan clan, hit rest of Tuchanka when results were positive. End of project. Separate ways. Watching it end, watching birth rates drop. Personal. Private. Not appropriate for team.
How can you agree with using the genophage, Morton? Look at what happened to Tuchanka as a result.
State of Tuchanka not due to genophage. Nuclear winter caused by Krogan before Salarians made first contact. Krogan choices. Refuse truce during Krogan rebellions. Expand after Rachni wars. Splinter after genophage. Genophage medical, not nuclear. No craters from virus. Damage caused by Krogan, not Salarians, not me.
So if the Krogan banded together and formed a united government, you'd welcome that?
Yes, United Krogan saved Galaxy, destroyed Rachni. Genophage not punishment, simply alters fertility to correct for removal from hostile environment.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a really horrible comparison here. Krogans are like tribbles. If you don't know what a tribble is, don't worry about it. Here's the thing. Even if you know what a tribble is, there might be a tiny little sub-bit of information you're not familiar with. And that's the fact that on the tribble's home planet, they are hunted en masse by a wide variety of predators. It's why they have such an insane reproduction rate, why they repopulate so quickly. It is specifically because their environment is so hostile that they have to survive. Sound familiar? Ironically, the real problem in both cases was the forced, external, artificial removal from their environment. In the one case, Cyrano Jones decided to start selling tribbles around the galaxy. In the other case, they decided to uplift the Krogan to throw them as bodies against the Rachni.
We're not gonna find Malin staring at consoles. Come on.
Here's what Dream Whisperer is talking about.
Dead Krogan, female. Tumors indicate experimentation. No restraint marks. Volunteer. Sterile Werlock female willing to risk procedures. Hoped for cure. Pointless. Pointless waste of life.
I didn't expect you to be disturbed by the sight of a dead Krogan.
What? Why? Because of genophage work? Irrelevant. No. Causative. Never experimented on live Krogan. Never killed with medicine. Her death not my work. Only reaction to it. Goal was to stabilize population. Never wanted this. Can see it logically. But still unnecessary. Foolish. Waste of life. Hate to see it.
I didn't think you'd had much direct contact with things like this. Did you come to Tuchanka after dropping your plague?
Yearly recon missions. Water, tissue samples. Ensure no mistakes. Superiors offered to carry it on. Refused. Need to see it in person. Need to look. Need to see. Accept it as necessary. See small picture. Remind myself why I run a clinic on Omega. Rest, young mother. Find your gods. Find someplace better.
I didn't expect spirituality from you, Mordin.
Genophage modification project altered millions of lives, then saw results. Ego, humility, juxtaposition, frailty of life, size of universe. Explored religions after work completed. Different races. No answers. Many questions.
Sounds like you were trying to deal with your guilty conscience. The doctor who killed millions.
Modified genophage project great in scope. Scientifically brilliant. But ethically difficult. Krogan reaction visceral, tragic. Not guilty, but responsible. Trained as doctor, genophage affects fertility, doesn't kill. Still, caused this. Hard to see big picture behind pile of corpses.
Can you really just rationalize it all away? How do you justify it?
Wheel of life. Popular Solarian concept. Similar to human Hinduism in focus on reincarnation. Appealing to see life as endless. Fix mistakes in next life. Learn, adapt, improve. Refuse to believe life ends here. Too wasteful. Have more to offer. Mistakes to fix. Cannot end here. Could do so much more.
If you need this much soul searching to get over it, maybe the genophage was wrong.
Had to be done. Rachni wars, Krogan rebellions, all pointed to Krogan aggression. So many simulations. Effects of Krogan population increase, all pointed to war. Extinction. Genophage or genocide. Save Galaxy from Krogan. Save Krogan from Galaxy.
We need to find Malin and shut this place down.
Yes.
This is valuable.
I sure hope so, Doncro. Otherwise, I'm a pretty crap writer, aren't I? Oh. No, I don't think we need a Lorium for Mordin. Because that's just called feeling guilty. To lay blame at Mordin's feet feels pointless to me, as weird as that may sound. Any guilt I may heap at his feet is something that he himself has already done, far more so than I ever could. It would be like telling someone who is currently swimming, "Hey, you're wet!" What's the point of that? That's also ignoring the tremendous complexities of what's going on here. Like, this is not a simple good or bad, yes or no answer. It does not work that way. One of the reasons it works so damn well.
You killed the Bloodpack guards.
Not Bloodpack, not member of Clan Werelock. Wrong clan markings.
I'm an Urdnot scout. Werelock guards got me. Brought me here.
The Chief Scout told us to watch for you. We've taken out the guards. Get back to Urdnot.
I can't. The Werelock did things to me. Drugs. Injections. Said I was sacrificing for the good of all Krogan. Experiments to cure the genophage. Everything's blurry. Hard to think. Have to stay.
Morton, can you get him back on his feet? Stims, maybe? Something to bolster his immune system?
You don't understand. I'm not too sick to leave. I have to stay. They're curing the genophage. They're gonna make it all better. They have to keep doing the tests.
Caution, Shepard. Patient unstable, susceptible, brainwashed.
Why do you want them to keep doing the tests?
This is my fault. I got caught. Wasn't strong enough. Not good enough. This is the best I can do. This is all I can do. I'm not big enough to have a real shot with the females. I'll never have kids of my own. But if I help undo the genophage, then I mattered.
Millions of children will be born. Werelock children. They're going to destroy the other clans.
But... no. No, they said I was helping Urdnot.
If you want to help Urdnot, you need to get back there. But it would take a real badass to make it back to camp while injured.
I can do it.
You? I said a badass, not some scout whining like a Quarian with a tummy ache.
I can do it. I'm up. And I'm going to the female camp.
Damn right you are. Get back there and show them what you're worth. Go. Go.
Nicely done. Fortunately, subject is unlikely to be contagious.
Shepard, I'm detecting crates ahead that are holding unstable materials. A misplaced shot could cause a significant explosion.
Or a well-placed shot. Explosives useful. Burn through Krogan armor.
Incoming! Take it!
Not difficult.
Krogan!
One down.
I have to admit I'm of two minds on the whole Rex is the puzzle piece they needed to fix their society thing. On the one hand, yeah, no. But on the other hand, if we're being completely honest, it was more than just Rex. They needed Rex, they needed Eve, or whatever her name was, and they needed Mordin, and they needed the data. Like, quite a few puzzle pieces need to fall into place for this to all work out the way it does. But even if we ignore that, the same general problem exists, right? Oh yeah, also they it does. But the same general problem exists. Can 5 people, or whatever,
Now you're dead!
renovate a society, help a civilization, get better, and take an actual place within interstellar existence? I'm probably an idiot. Well, okay, I'm definitely an idiot. But my answer to that is yes. You know, I could quote Half-Life 2 here for the memes, but the truth of the matter is real-life history has shown many times that a core force of people can do a lot of change historically. The key distinction is, in fiction, usually that change just happens and then is done. In real life, what usually happens... Kill these people. In real life, what tends to happen is that a small group of people do a massive change, and then society tries to go back to the way things were, fails, because things have just changed too much, and so society kind of adjusts and shifts to the change. I was actually going to use Napoleon as an example of that. Remember, one of the first things they did when they finally got Napoleon out of office was went right back to the monarchy, which didn't work. For a lot of reasons. Oh,
Problematic.
yeah, it failed really badly, but you get my point. I'm not saying that Napoleon didn't change Europe. He totally freaking did. But that was, as weird as this may sound, that's not when the change actually happened. That's not when Europe really adjusted and started the beginning touches of what would be the end of the monarchy era, the Casus Belli era. That was the beginning of those changes, not the end of it. Does that make any sense? Fiction likes to portray these kind of moments like the end of a sequence of events, rather than the beginning of a sequence of events. But that's still my point. I still think that Rex and Eve and Mordin and us have the capacity and potential to begin the sequence of events that can allow the Krogan the cultural revolution they need. Because I agree with what several people in chat have already said. The problem, as absolutely horrific as it sounds, is not the genophage, it's the Krogan. And if we want to rewind that a bit, it's not the Krogan, it's the Salarians who uplifted them. It's not the Salarians who uplifted them, it's the Rachni. And it's not the Rachni, it's the Reaper. So it's all going back to the Reaper, so that's cool. But I'm getting off point. The point is... the point is we need strong enough and capable enough and determined enough people to just punch the status quo as hard as possible. And in so doing, allow those kind of changes to happen. That's why I go with Rex. That's why I trust him. I do trust him more than anybody else in this friggin' game. And that's why I tend to choose the choices I do with regards to these games nowadays. Obviously, back in the day, anybody who's heard me talk about this knows that when I was crafting my save for Mass Effect 3, before Mass Effect 3 came out, I spent, I think it was a solid week. I got to this mission, saved, and just put the game down for a week while I debated this. Because I didn't know what was coming in 3. And I was assuming 3 was going to be an amazing game of awesome. No comments. I'm just saying. I was expecting it to really be a big deal in 3, so... in the interest of fairness, it's not like this choice didn't matter in 3.
I'll take it.
So, I mean, this is actually one of the major choices that really does matter in 3. This and what we do with the Geth, and with the Quarians. No, of course I would never say that, Ventures. Please don't kill me.
Malin, alive, unharmed. No signs of restraint, no evidence of torture. Don't understand.
For such a smart man, Professor, you always had trouble seeing evidence that disagreed with your preconceptions. How long will it take you to admit that I'm here because I wish to be here?
He wasn't kidnapped. He came here voluntarily to cure the genophage.
Impossible. Whole team agreed. Project necessary.
How was I supposed to disagree with the great Dr. Solus? I was your student! I looked up to you!
Experiments performed here. Live subjects, prisoners, torture and executions. You're doing?
We've already got the blood of millions on our hands, Doctor. If it takes a bit more to put things right, I can deal with that.
You honestly think the experiments you did here are justified?
We committed cultural genocide. Nothing I do will ever be justified. The experiments are monstrous because I was taught to be a monster.
Morton, did you ever perform experiments like this?
No. Never taught you this, Malin.
So your hands are clean. What does it matter if the ground is stained with the blood of millions? You taught me that the end justified the means. I will undo what we did, Professor. The only way I know how.
I hate to keep jumping in, but every time they say millions, just replace that with billions and it's a little bit more accurate.
What happens if the genophage is cured and the Krogan expand again? That'll be on your head.
We justified this atrocity by saying the Krogan would cause havoc and war if their population recovered. But look at the galaxy. Batarian attacks in the Traverse, Geth attacks in the Citadel. Is this a more peaceful universe? The assault on your Eden Prime might never have happened if we had let the Krogan recover. We'll never know.
How would a Krogan population explosion have done anything to stop Saren and the Geth?
An increased Krogan population would have forced the Council to take steps, likely involving colony rights in the Traverse. The Turian fleets would be vigilant for any military activity in the area. They might have stopped the Geth at Eden Prime.
Supposition. Impossible to be certain.
Don't you see? We tried to play God and we failed. We only made things worse, and I'm going to fix it.
Oh, he's totally reaching. We have a term for this. Sophistry. I don't like to use that phrase because a lot of people overuse it as an insult word. But what he's doing here is straight up sophistry.
You talked about killing, but the genophage isn't lethal. It only affects fertility rates.
Krogan fight over fertile females. They become mercenaries or pirates because they see no alternative. They would be thriving in a cultural renaissance now had we not decided that this is what they deserved.
Inaccurate. Krogan population resulted in war. Simulations were clear.
Speaking of which, I've been saving something here just for this. You remember that speech I interrupted earlier?
Rule all Krogan. The Krogan rebellions will become the Krogan Empire. The surviving races will frighten their children with tales of what the Blood Pact did to the Turians. The Asari will scream as their citadel plunges into the sun. We will keep Salarians as slaves and eat their eggs as a delicacy. If you lack the wisdom to flee, then you will be the first of billions to be crushed beneath our might. For Warlock Gold!
I just thought I'd share that because, this is the guy that he is directly working for and with, and would probably be aware of his overall disposition. He's full of crap, but in a way that makes sense. After all, what is the primary theme of this game, if not the past? Obviously, there's a lot of Krogan past here, but really, this is about Mordin and Malin. Both of them are haunted by what they did in the past, and both of them aren't really sure how to deal with it. Mordin has been processing the guilt better, probably because he's just better at that sort of thing, but Malin, he has been completely crushed by the guilt. Or, if I was to say it bluntly, the past is completely crushing him. And so he will do anything and everything he has to in order to justify whatever action he can do in order to get rid of this weight.
Why work with Clan Weyrloc? And how did you access the genophage data?
The data was easy to obtain. We all still had clearance. We were heroes. All I had to do was ask. As for the Weyrloc, they were the only clan with both the resources and the commitment.
Urdnot has a larger camp than Weyrloc. Why not use them?
Urdnot Rex is too soft. He wasn't willing to do the experiments I needed. It's Urdnot's loss and Weyrloc's gain. Their clan will be the first to recover from the crime we committed.
I should probably mention that it's not stated outright, but it's mentioned several times that the idea here is that Weyrloc will be the only clan to recover from this.
Malin clearly doesn't need rescuing. What do you want to do?
Have to end this.
You can't face the truth, can you? Can't admit that your brilliant mind led you to commit an atrocity!
Thank you, Mordin.
Unacceptable experiments. Unacceptable goals. Won't change. No choice. Have to kill you. Apologies, Commander. Misunderstood mission parameters. No kidnapping. My mistake. Thank you.
Don't worry about me, Mordin. How are you doing?
Disappointed. Thought Malin better than that. Never suspected he'd go so far. Knew he was young, impressionable. Should have talked to him after. Gotten him through guilt.
It's easy to miss someone else's needs when you're in the middle of your own soul searching.
Went to Omega. Tried to get away. Should have stayed. Right, wrong, irrelevant. Malin dead. Problem solved. Malin's research. Only loose end. Could destroy it. Closure. Security. Still valuable, though.
If you think it could be useful, why not hang on to it?
Worked for years to create modified genophage. Should destroy this. Malin's work could cure genophage. Don't know. Effects on Krogan. Effects on Galaxy. Too many variables. Too many variables.
Keep the data. Better to have it and not need it.
Point taken, Shepard. Capturing data. Wiping local copy. Still years away from cure, but closer than starting from scratch. Done. Ready to go. Ready to be off to Chunka. Anywhere else. Maybe somewhere sunny.
Let's get out of here.
I spent a week deciding my decision here. I know my decision. Without knowledge of the future, I know my decision. Because I made it years ago. Before Mass Effect 3 ever came out. You know the final reason I tend to like Mordin? He and I are a lot more alike than I'd like to admit. There's actually several quotes of his that I tend to agree with personally, two of which we haven't even seen yet. No, I'm pretty sure they're both in 2. I mean, why wouldn't he, Zoctaft? Grunt's just like, what? Huh? Do you need me to punch anything, Shepard? Well, yes, actually. No, I did not, J. Palmer. Forgive me. Let me see if I can find it here. Scroll down, J. Palmer, J. Palmer. I see several questions from you, but not one about that. Rachni. I don't see any questions for Rachni. How about Keeper? Nope. There is no question about that in the question queue, J. Palmer. Where was I? Shoot, I lost my section. Oh, to my knowledge, no. The Keepers are built out of another race. I could be wrong about that, though. If it makes you feel any better, Latario, the odds of me answering them today or even tomorrow are actually quite low. I am actually behind on work right now. I didn't even really take a lunch break. I just heated up something and then got right back to work. I'm giving that mission kind of 6 positives to story. it's effectively 3 for the way they use the genophage, and then 3 just for the mission itself. Malon, the guilt, the thematic significance, the relevance of it. Mordin, his voice acting, the blocking, the choices. All of those things are just really, 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 really well done. It's the best quest in the entire game, to be blunt. And then on top of all of that, the genophage itself, we see so many ways it's used. It's not like the genophage is new to 2. It was invented in 1. But the way they use it in 2 is perfect. The random Krogan who was talking about wanting to be able to live with his son. Remember that? Or the very nature of how all of Krogan politics now revolves around the females, the fertile females. Or the nature of how they have these ritualistic rites in order to try and keep things functional in a society that's just starting to become the bare bones of a feudal society, and so forth and so on. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. They use the genophage beautifully in Mass Effect 2. Plus, moving on. Troubled by Clan Werlock's progress towards genophage cure without Cerberus knowledge. Cure data may prove useful. Krogan dangerous, but if recruited as shock troops against Reapers, extremely valuable. Mordin's assistant is no longer a problem. Mordin will have no trouble focusing on the mission. Theoretically infinite, Latario. Just a Google Doc. Where am I? Oh, I know where I am.
What did I tell you, honey? Isn't it beautiful? Far away from all that high-tech noise.
I guess. Seems a bit dirty, though.
Oh, it builds character.
Is it just me, or do the other Krogan not like me?
Oh, there's some concern about me bringing in a non-Krogan. I had to talk to the chief a little. It's not a deal.
Wait, so they don't even want me here?
Who cares what they want? I want you. That's all that matters.
I don't know if I can do this, Char.
Hey, now. My blue rose of Ilium always stands strong to reach toward the sun.
Okay, I'll manage. Just no more poetry.
What did I tell you, honey? Isn't it beautiful?
So hang on. We're gonna go do something really quick here.
It's a bit dirty, though.
Just really quick.
Builds character. Solarians, too. Those little bastards think they're so smart. They justified the Rachni, though, didn't they? Couldn't take us in a fair fight.
Clan Urdnot has increased in strength after the destruction of Clan Werlock. Based on population profiles, Clan Urdnot has adopted surviving members of Clan Werlock, mostly women and children.
Ah, intelligent move. Surprising from Krogan. Glad to see it.
How would humanity deal with the genophage? Well, we don't birth that much, so a genophage of the same capacity against humanity would lead to our extinction. So what you're saying is, how would we deal with just with extinction? Which is a good question. There's a lot of fiction that addresses that exact same question. It was fine-tuned to humanity. Well, that's an interesting question. I'm wondering exactly how fine-tuned. We don't exactly have a particularly big population boom going on now. But everything else is going to have to wait a minute. Although, I do want to do one thing before we do the next mission. Man, I'm going to check something real quick first, too. Hold on here. All Krogan squad members get increased health. We only have one Krogan squad member. Just point it out.
Still hard to believe Malin betrayed me. Betrayed my work. Disgusted by his actions. Proud of his nerve, though. Always thought he lacked backbone. Shame I had to kill him. Might have made a good member of the team. Willing to get his hands dirty.
You're really at peace with what happened?
Yes, of course. Can't change what happened. Life continues. Back to mission, back to work. Become like Malin otherwise. Solarian emotional processing faster than other species. Has to be. Short-lived culture can't spend time reminiscing.
And there you go. That's one of the 2 quotes I just mentioned.
What about Malin's data on the genophage? His attempts at a cure?
What about it? Have it over there somewhere. Not dealing with it now. Need to focus on collectors. Not important now, regardless. Appreciate you helping me back on Tuchanka. Should get back to work. Wasted enough time already. Lots to do. Talk later?
You got it. I'm being asked why I haven't done a shield upgrade. There's definitely a shield upgrade that exists. Oh yeah, there's the cane. Let's see. Well, you're probably meaning that one. Palladium. We can't get Palladium now, we gotta go do this.
Passing the elusive man through, Commander.
Shepard, we caught a break. I intercepted a distress call from a Turian patrol. They stumbled onto a collector ship beyond the Corliss system. The Turians were wiped out, but not before they crippled the collector vessel. I need you to board that ship and get some hard data on the collectors. Find us a way to get to their homeworld.
Hard to imagine how a Turian patrol could take out a collector ship.
Reports indicate the hull's intact, but all systems seem to be offline. They could be making repairs as we speak. I'm not saying it won't be dangerous, but we can't let an opportunity like this slip by.
If they had a patrol out there, why aren't the Turians sending a recon team in?
They will, eventually. But I intercepted the transmissions. In the meantime, we're feeding them false reports. You're close enough that you can be in and out before the Turians learn the truth.
Are you sure this information is good?
Information is my weapon, Shepard. It's good.
It is kind of his shtick.
Send me the coordinates and I'll take care of it.
Already sent. Once you're aboard the ship, establish an uplink with EDI. She'll mine their data for information regarding the Omega-4 relay. Good luck, Shepard.
Coordinates punched in. Let's go find us a collector ship.
Damn it. Run out of water.
We have a visual on the collector ship, Commander.
Do you know it's a Turian ship, by the way?
Passive infrared temperatures suggest most systems are offline. Thrusters are cold.
That thing is massive. How the hell did the Turians take it out?
Radar scans do not detect any hull breaches on the side facing us. I detect no Mass Effect field distortions. It appears the drive core is offline.
Rendezvous in 30 seconds, Commander. Good luck.
Yes, they got a proper walkie ship. I hope you like brown caves.
Unusual ship design. Hard to track lines, angles. Disturbing.
Like a giant insect hive.
Penetrating scans have detected an access node to uplink with collector databanks. Shepard, I've compared the ship's EM signature to known collector profiles. It is the vessel you encountered on Horizon.
Maybe the defense towers softened it for the Turians.
Could find missing colonists aboard, if they're still alive. Same containers as on Horizon, only empty.
Can't imagine it. Trapped in these pods, completely controlled by the collectors. My God.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, the collectors only really have the one functional ship.
What happened here?
But this is kind of gross.
Ugh. Why would the collectors just leave a pile of bodies lying around?
Test subjects from control group. Discarded after experiment was over.
There are worse things than death, like being a test subject for twisted aliens.
This was wrong. Inhumane. Even if collectors needed to kill for experiments, could have ended lives painlessly.
I know you're right, but it doesn't make me feel any better.
I don't understand the statement, Loner. It's not like I actually have a choice in the matter. This is mandatory.
That's a collector. Were they experimenting on one of their own?
EDI, I'm uploading the data from this terminal. See if you can figure out what they were up to.
Data received. Analyzing. The collectors were running baseline genetic comparisons between their species and humanity.
Are they looking for similarities?
I have no hypothesis on their motivations. All I have are the preliminary results. They reveal something remarkable. A quad-strand genetic structure identical to traces collected from ancient ruins. Only one race is known to have this structure, the Protheans.
Dun, dun, dun.
My God. The Protheans didn't vanish. They're just working for the Reapers now.
These are no longer Prothean, Shepard. Their genes show distinct signs of extensive genetic rewrite. The Reapers have repurposed them to suit their needs.
You'd think somebody would have picked up on this.
No one has had an opportunity to study a collector genetic code in this detail. I've already matched 2,000 alleles to recorded fragments. This collector likely descends from a Prothean colony in the Styx Theta cluster, but there are signs of extreme alteration. 3 fewer chromosomes, reduced heterochromatin structure, elimination of superfluous junk sequences.
The Reapers didn't wipe out the Protheans. They turned them into monsters and enslaved them.
Just like the Keepers.
Still, they're working for the Reapers now, and we have to stop them.
I sure don't want to be turned into that.
Let's find what we need before the collectors come to salvage this vessel. Move out.
Yeah, normally I go for the sniper, but I don't think I've ever actually gone for this, so... After all, I usually use an assault rifle. Soldier. Assault rifle, Carnifex, Widow. Nope, Locust is still there. See? said, all I have is the Vindicator and the Avenger. Well, I need to fix that at some point.
Look, on the ceiling. More of those pods.
Hundreds at least. Wonder how many are full.
Too many.
I detect no signs of life in the pod, Shepard. It is probable the victims inside died when the ship lost primary power.
Oh, thanks, Edie. That makes me feel so much better. As a quick aside, y'all are talking about, horror and Mass Effect. I've actually said this before. Pretty much every BioWare game has its own horror elements. It's a staple of the series, going as far back as Baldur's Gate. Even Neverwinter Nights had everything happening in the first act of that game. Never mind the frozen town. Excuse me, the frozen town in Act 2. And yeah, the Broodmother and everything about the Darkspawn and Dragon Age. Rat Ghouls in KOTOR. Granted, KOTOR is terrible, so it doesn't really show it that well, but point remaining. Anthem didn't really have anything, although it feels like it was meant to. Mass Effect has several. Honestly, Dragon Age has several as well. I mean, what the Rat Ghouls are definitely horror. I just don't think it's presented well enough as every other example I meant. I love, by the way, how you immediately jump to the one game that doesn't do it as well as literally every other game they've ever produced. So here.
This looks interesting.
Every game BioWare's ever made, except for one, has horror in it. There. Does that make you feel better?
Commander, you gotta hear this. On a hunch, I asked Edie to run an analysis on this ship.
I compared the EM profile against data recorded by the original Normandy 2 years ago. They are an exact match.
The same ship dogging me for 2 years? Way beyond coincidence.
Something doesn't add up, Commander. Watch your back.
KOTOR 2 has lots of horror, but it's also not BioWare. Oh, and by the way, Tor, tons of horror. We've actually discussed several aspects of it as we were covering the game over the last month.
Oh my god.
So there's the money shot.
Could depopulate all Terminus systems. Still wouldn't fill them.
They're gonna target Earth.
Not if we stop them.
Well, the collectors didn't exist in Mass Effect 1, obviously, Jesse's mask.
There's a control panel on the platform. Maybe something we can use?
Lack of collectors seems odd. Alive or dead. Suggest caution.
Edie, I'm setting up a bridge between you and the collector ship. See if you can get anything useful from the databanks.
Data mine in progress, Shepard.
That can't be good.
Well, that was, yeah.
What the hell just happened?
Major power surge. Everything went dark, but we're back up now.
I managed to divert the majority of the overload to non-critical systems. Shepard, it was not a malfunction. This was a trap.
Yeah, let's be very clear. If they didn't have Edie on the Normandy would probably be destroyed right now.
We need a little help here, Edie.
I am having trouble maintaining connection. There's someone else in the system. Connection reestablished. I need to finish the download before I can override any systems.
Then you'd better get it done fast, Edie.
Stay frosty, people. They're coming.
Hi, Lord Firestorm.
Hostiles to the right.
Oh! Focus!
Actually, I do like the Vindicator. Or Harbinger. Hello, Scion.
Come on, Edie. Speed it up.
Yeah, this is the trip. Whoa! I didn't actually even see what happened there. So we'll just try that again.
Connection reestablished. I need to finish the download before I can override any systems.
Then you'd better get it done fast, Edie.
Stay frosty, people. They're coming. You see that?
Direct intervention is necessary. Attack.
How'd you like that?
41% complete.
Come on, speed it up.
Platform.
Then you'd better get it done fast, Edie.
Stay frosty, people. They're coming.
Incoming.
Direct intervention is necessary. The damage. You cannot resist. We are superior. Your form is fragile. Face your annihilation.
41% complete.
Come on, Edie. Speed it up.
Platform inbound.
Did I do that?
That's what did it.
84%.
Edie, get us out of here.
Simultaneously fighting collector firewalls in over 8,000 nodes. I am tasked to capacity.
How many of these things are there?
Assuming
Enemies inbound.
I am
Just looking to help.
I know you feel this. I am unstoppable. This hurts you.
Smoking!
Shepard, you must manually re-establish my link to the command.
I've regained control of the platform, Shepard.
I knew you wouldn't let us down, Edie.
I always work at optimal capacity.
Did you get what we needed?
I found data that would help us successfully navigate the Omega-4 relay. I have also found a Turian distress call that served as the lure for this trap. The collectors were the source. It is unusual.
Seems logical to me that they would have sent the initial message as bait.
No, it is unusual because Turian emergency channels have secondary encryption. It is corrupted in the message. It is not possible that the elusive man would believe the distress call was genuine.
Why are you so sure?
I found the anomaly with Cerberus detection protocols. He wrote them.
He knew it was a trap? Why would he send us into a trap?
We don't have time to throw blame around. We'll question him when we're out.
Behavior within norms for Cerberus, not unexpected.
Commander, we got another problem. The collector ship is powering up.
You need to get out of there before their weapons come online. I'm not losing another Normandy.
I do not have full control of their systems. I will do what I can. Sending coordinates for shuttle extraction.
Come on, let's move.
Around the corner, take the door on your right.
Assuming direct control. Attack.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. I need to jot down a positive for Harbinger. Before I forget.
You cannot resist.
I was actually about to comment. I have more memories of dying on this stretch right here, you know, from this point to the escape, than I do on the previous section we were just on. Technically, the whole game has a countdown, but I know what you're talking about, Dream Whisperer, and it's after the IFF.
I will direct this personally. This body's pain is irrelevant. We are Harbinger.
Lights out!
Not that I'm aware of, Equalitas, although I am specifically using a guide tailored for the Legendary Edition. So if there's any changes, I'm hoping it equates them.
It's for you! Up ahead!
I suppose we'll find out. So far I've been following the guide to the letter, and so far it's been exactly what it should be, so... If you want to discuss how much you want to kill all humans, Latario, that's kind of on you. I'm probably not going to discuss that, because ignoring the fact that, you know, there's a lot of humans I would rather not see killed. I would have to, by obligation, kill you. I mean, that's how that works, right? And you'd be in favor of it, so it'd be like win-win. Yes, if you want to discuss Miracle Day on Polemic Day, go for it. I promise nothing, as I always do.
It's for you!
Direct intervention is necessary. We are the harbinger of your
I don't understand how anything I just said sounds like a no, Latario.
Wish I were standing downwind.
Look, if you're asking me if you can ask me stuff, I'm just not going to answer that, Latario, because that's just needlessly circuitous. If you want to ask me stuff in 2 weeks, go for it. The rule hasn't really changed in several years. The only thing that's changed is we got a bot now to do what people did last time. I would hate to have to bother... I think it was Valvedrix and Reximus last year. Again.
I am opening a door on the far side of the room.
Oh, goody. It's that thing. My best friend. honestly, this game's been taking longer than I thought it would. Probably because I'm doing all the optional stuff. Probably also because I'm terrible.
Was of you. Problematic.
Because I usually think of 1 as the longest game, but I think we're already on track to surpass... In fact, we are on track to surpass 1's duration, so... we'll pass that tomorrow.
Edie, we've got a problem here.
A temporary setback on Firewall 3217. Rerouting commands through Firewall 7164. I have successfully opened a door on the opposite wall. I will keep it open as long as I can.
Down there. Isn't that where we came in?
Getting close to the end.
This is valuable.
On our left.
Going silent.
I will direct this personally.
Should do the trick.
Neutralize Commander Shepard.
Can't do anything there, bot.
Kill 1 and 100 will replace it.
Now
This is what you face. Releasing control of this form.
Always with the propaganda.
Lights out!
We are assuming control. There is no pain. There is no fear. Assuming direct control.
Now you see me.
Making contact.
Nice.
Commander, I hate to rush you, but those weapons are about to come online. Might want to double time it, so we can leave before they blow the Normandy in half.
Working on it.
Going dark.
Not difficult.
Can't get there.
Honestly, I remember exactly how I got through there on Insanity. I didn't fight anything.
You heard the man. Everybody onto the Normandy. Move!
Strap in, people! I'm gonna make him work for it this time. I can't dodge this guy forever, Edie. Get us the hell out of here.
Specify a destination, Mr. Moreau.
Anywhere that's not here.
Very well. Engaging Mass Effect core.
Gathered in vital intel regarding Collectors and Omega-4 relay. With Shepard's escape, Harbinger knows our true capabilities and will have to adopt new tactics. We'll have to be careful, as Harbinger's information network may rival Cerberus or Shadow Brokers. Also appears impossible to block his ability to possess his minions. EDI's work was exceptional, however, proving the value of the Shackled AI. Yeah, let's go have a chat with Tim, shall we? Walk up. Hey, Jack!
Commander. I figure you've got a few words for him, too.
Shepard, looks like EDI extracted some interesting data before the collector ship came back online.
EDI told us the distress call originated from the Collectors. You betrayed us, just like I knew you would.
We're at war. The Collectors are taking humans, and every minute we waste is one more we give the enemy to prepare.
I know the stakes, but we're supposed to be on the same side, and I can't trust you.
Without that information, we don't reach the Collector homeworld, and you and every other human may as well be dead. It was a trap, but I was confident in your abilities. And don't forget EDI. The Collectors couldn't have anticipated her.
You could have told me the plan. You say I'm important, but you sure try hard to get me killed.
I needed the Collectors to believe they had the upper hand. Telling you could have tipped them off in any number of ways. Besides, I wouldn't have sent you in if I didn't think you could succeed.
This is strange, but I do actually believe that last thing he says. I'm not sure about the first thing. But I do think Tim, at this stage, would not have been willing to risk us, the Normandy, and its entire crew, if he thought this was not a mission we couldn't handle. At a certain point, he will be okay with cutting his losses for us, but I don't think we're there yet.
I don't risk people. There are always alternatives.
You may not like being on the receiving end, neither would I. But the facts are with me. As much as we try to avoid them, these decisions need to be made. But more importantly, it paid off. EDI confirmed our suspicions. The Reapers and Collector ships use an advanced identify friend-foe system that the relays recognize. All we need to do is get our hands on one of those IFFs.
So, if I could jump in here. I like Tim a lot, despite the fact that he's evil. But other than his evilness, you know what his biggest weakness is? Of course you do. Because anybody could see it. He has the exact same weakness that Darth Barris has. Think about it. He is smart, he is wise, he is a long-term thinker, he plans out years in advance, he manages a massive spy network effectively by himself. He stays on top of everything, all at the same time, always. But he is completely devoid of any trust of anyone. And if we're being honest, it's kind of what dooms both of them. Now, that could be argued in both directions, and we did. We discussed that when we were discussing Barris over in Tor. But it is almost unavoidable that a large number of the different Shepards that we've played over the years were never really going to side with Tim because of the fact that he constantly stabs us in the back.
I'm guessing you have a plan.
We have a science team working on a derelict Reaper right now. I need you to go and pick up its IFF.
Where did you find a derelict Reaper?
An Alliance science team recently determined that the Great Rift on the planet Klendigan is actually an impact crater.
I pointed that out in ME1.
A very old mass accelerator. I sent a team to find either the weapon or its target. They found both. The weapon was defunct, but it helped us plot the flight path of the intended target. A 37-million-year-old derelict Reaper. We found it damaged and trapped in the gravity of a brown dwarf.
Aren't brown dwarfs basically stars that didn't quite make it?
Simply put, but accurate. They're gas giants that don't quite have the masses of stars. Expect gale force winds and extremely high temperatures. The Reaper has a mass effect field that keeps it in orbit, likely an automated response to the external threats. It's stable, but I won't call it safe.
I get the feeling this isn't going to be a simple swing by and pick up our package.
We lost contact with Dr. Chandana's team shortly after they boarded. Initial reconnaissance revealed no clues, and it was too risky to commit more resources. But now we need that IFF. I'll forward the coordinates to Joker. In the meantime, I suggest you tell your crew I didn't risk their lives unnecessarily. It will make things easier going forward.
Edie, tell the crew to assemble. We've got a lot to talk about.
Of course, Shepard.
And yeah, Tim is very tightly wound. He portrays himself as calm, but that is super an act.
Man didn't sell us out. Could have fooled me.
Lied to us, used us, needed access to the Collector databanks. Necessary risk.
He tries something like that again, and the Collectors will be the least of his problems. Edie, are you sure this IFF is gonna work?
My analysis is accurate, Shepard. I have also determined the approximate location of the Collector homeworld, based on navigational data from their vessel.
Yep.
That can't be right.
Better run the diagnostics, Joker. Looks like our AI's got a bug in the software.
My calculations are correct. The Collector homeworld is located within the galactic core.
Can't be. The core is just black holes and exploding suns. There are no habitable planets there.
Could be an artificial construction, space station protected by powerful mass effect fields and radiation shields.
Even the Collectors don't have that kind of technology.
The Collectors are just servants of our real enemy, and we've all seen what their masters are capable of. They built the mass relays on the Citadel. Who's to say they can't build a space station surrounded by black holes? No wonder nobody's ever returned from a trip through the Omega-4 mass relay.
The logical conclusion is that a small safe zone exists on the far side of the relay, a region where ships can survive. Standard relay transit protocols would not allow safe transport. Drift of several thousand kilometers is common, and would be fatal in the galactic core. The Reaper IFF must trigger the relay to use more advanced encrypted protocols.
Just because we can follow the Collectors through the relay doesn't mean we can take them out. I don't want to go after them until I know we're ready.
Sooner or later, we need that IFF. I say, why wait?
It's a derelict Reaper. What if the Collectors are waiting for us? We may want to build up our team before we take that kind of risk.
The more people we have on our side, the better our chances of success. We need to keep building up the team.
It's your call, Commander. Whatever you decide, we're with you.
Now, Nameless Baron. I resent that. Hi, Evo. Yes, we have recruited everyone. We have a couple of things to do now. So let's start by talking to Garrus. We have done 2 loyalty missions, I do believe.
I always pictured Protheans being regal, not giant bugs.
Yeah, nobody likes bugs.
Shepard, I'm glad you came by. I've got something. I may need your help. You remember Sidonus, the one who betrayed my team? I found a lead on him. There's a specialist on the Citadel named Fade. He's an expert at helping people disappear. Sidonus was seen with him.
What happened? How did Sidonus betray your team?
He tipped off the mercs, told them where our base was. He drew me out with a false job, then let the mercs hit my team. My men weren't prepared. They tried to hold them off. By the time I got back, there were only 2 survivors. They didn't last long. All 10 of them dead. Because of him.
Where do we find Fade?
I've arranged a meeting. We'll meet him in a warehouse near the Neon Markets down on Zakera Ward. Thanks, Shepard. I appreciate you taking the time to help me.
Garrus, you're my bro. I got you. Although we're not doing your quest first. Not that it really matters what order we do them in. But it helps me to keep track.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Detector Abanaya, I'm not completely sure this will get to you, but thanks again for helping Medulla Samara. The Eclipse mercs have gotten real quiet around here, and my superiors have backed off too. No idea if the two are related, but hopefully the next time I meet a Justicar, I can give her the respect she deserves. So can't believe I worked with a case on one of them. You're a lucky human. If I find any more data on her target, I'll pass it along. Thanks. Dear human, the clan leader told me how to get in touch with you. I don't remember much of what happened, but the chief scout said you pulled my quad out of the fire when I got caught and poisoned over at Warlock's camp. Thanks. Next time I have a chance to kill a human, I won't. Unless I go into a blood rage or something. I gotta go to the female camp after I recovered, and it was pretty good. I was actually thinking of joining the Blood Pack before this happened, but I think I'm gonna stay here instead. To Grunt's commander. Damn it, I hate these things, but you need to hear this. You're part of Grunt's Krant, and you're his leader. So keep him alive. Here, I have to be polite, play the role, but our people are dying. Krogan have always valued survival over tradition. If we're going to survive as a people, we need your vat-grown Grunt. Okeer was a madman, but he was a madman with a plan. And that's more than half of us have with this ball of rock. So you bring him back from your damn mission. My people need him, and if you get them all killed, I'll piss on your graves. Dear sir or madam, having consulted with my colleagues at the Citadel, I have the privilege of requesting your assistance to transfer a large quantity of Prothean technology discovered at Ilos. Believing these materials to be hazardous, they were locked in quarantine. Even though the test revealed their fears were groundless, the quarantine remains in effect until one can pay a permit. Knowing of your interest in Prothean technology, I would be happy to deliver it most to your hands, and keeping less than half for myself. As a Batarian, I cannot engage in council official activities, but if you transfer 20,000 credits to me, this exchange can be made in your name, enabling us both to profit from this happy accident. Please reply urgently with your credit transfer account information. Sincerely, every scam email ever. And I'll go talk to you. It is, in fact, possible.
So the Collectors were once Protheans, repurposed by the Reapers. What a sad end.
Makes you wonder if the Keepers on the Citadel were once something different.
Commander.
I assume everything is going well up here?
Shh.
Joker?
I can tell when it's listening.
I am always listening, Mr. Moreau.
I know.
That's it for now.
See you, Commander.
I love the way that Seth Green does that shh. Upgrades, we can't afford them. Chicago. We need more palladium. So, on the upcoming mission... Whoops. Some people are actually going to be surprised to hear this, but in my opinion, one of the deceptively hardest fights in the entire game is coming up. Let's get some resources really quick.
Launching probe. Probe launched.
Toss a couple out really quick.
Probe away.
I'll show you, Baron, but yeah, it's a rough fight on Insanity. No, and I'm probably not going to at this point, Palmer. I got stuff to do. There is a lot of iridium on this frickin' planet. My goodness.
Probe launched.
Yeah, my favorite thing about not doing any of the upgrades is when you lose someone in the first 5 seconds of going through the relay. Okay, 5 seconds is a bit exaggerated, but it's like 30 seconds. It is not long.
Probe away.
Oh, depleted. Next. We are going to hit a couple here, just really quick. I actually don't remember where to get the Mattock off the top of my head.
Probe launched.
I do not have any mods for the scanner, no. In fact, I have no gameplay mods whatsoever. Now we're almost full on iridium, jeez Louise. Hey, Ezo. There was a friend of mine, I shouldn't say the word friend, there was a co-worker of mine who once was playing through Mass Effect 2, and he had what I was going to refer to as a suboptimal result for the suicide mission. So he asked me some advice, so I started giving him some advice on it. And I started explaining, you know, it's really important once you get to Act 4 that there's a specific timer cutting down, and you have to do it at a certain time if you want your crew to survive. His reaction was, why do I care if my crew survives?
Probe away.
Yeah, we'll go for that.
Launching probe. Probe launched.
Listen, nobody cares about the crew. They're just nameless NPCs, right? They don't matter. Oh, I need prototypes. I need... Actually, that's an interesting point. I don't have access to anything I need. Why can't I... Oh. Requires one more upgrade to unlock. Got it. Unlock. Pay attention more. I also want that. So hard shields requires more palladium, but that's okay. That's why we did all that.
Thane would like to speak with you, Commander.
Thane can wait. I'm busy. I'm doing very important Reaper-y stuff.
Probe away.
You want to hear something really pathetic, Eva? I don't even like taking losses in StarCraft, for example. Oh, we won't have Legion for a while. We won't have Legion today. There it is.
Launching probe.
Thane's fine. He's got time. He's got till the next game. Yeah, Legion is way down the list. Oh no, nothing extends to the Zerg. They exist to be spent. We're doing things in a slightly unusual order.
You might want to speak with Tally. She seems
Nah, Tally's fine. So, we're going to kind of rush this a little bit, but what we do have time for is one mission, if we are willing to go over the limit. We are, because we need to get as much streaming done as possible. We can switch back to the 10-hour schedule, because that's what the people demand.
Anomaly detected.
Radium over here.
Launching probe.
By the way, that may sound like a joke, but actually, over the last 2 weeks, I legitimately have had people reach out to me privately and insist that I go back to the 10-hour streaming schedule.
Scans have found something.
So Jacob's obviously coming. I think we'll bring Miranda for this. Let's upgrade Cryo. 12 hours when we get to WoW. I mean... obviously take Squad, because duh. I'm not rushing Dream Whisperer. I'm not. That's the other thing. It actually irritates me. Some people accuse me of taking too long, and some people accuse me of rushing too much. I can't win. There's no winning here. There's just... Alright, so we've got the Vindicator, the Locust, the Chronofex, the Collector. He's got the Scimitar. Scimitar. Nope, that's right, that's right. And the Chronofex. She's got the Tempest. Which she should not have. You should have the Locust. There we go. I just want infinite power. What do you want from me? Then I can just be like, and I don't need to sleep anymore. I can just stream with one of my timelines. Obviously, the other me's are going to be getting other stuff done. Because I got a lot of work to do. Yeah, I don't feel like I'm skipping or rushing. I really don't. Honestly, I feel like I'm taking a little bit of my time, but of course I am. It's Mass Effect 2. So, anyways, here's this mission. It reminds me of a comic I once saw.
And mostly intact. They could have survived impact, but it's been years.
I'm going to tell the joke really quick. So, it's actually specifically a KOTOR 2 joke. I forget the characters, but it's like Kreia and someone else. And someone's like, I'm going to do this good thing. And they're like, you know, rep gained, rep lost. But then I'm secretly evil. Rep lost, rep gained. But then I'll do this. Rep gained, rep lost. And then they shoot themselves. And it's the only thing that actually gains rep with both people.
Looks like it was stripped after the crash. They'd have tried to get a beacon up as soon as possible.
Along with this anymore. We've done horrible things to the crew. The conditions they're in, they don't understand what we're doing to them. Distract them for 2 seconds and they forget what you did before the bruises show. It's got to stop. I'm talking to the others as soon as...
Repeat, toxology alert. Danger of rapid neural decay. Local flora chemically incompatible with human physiology. Override. Beacon resumed. Pause time, 8 years, 237 days, 7 hours.
Okay, this is going to sound strange, but this is actually one of my favorite missions. it is at least partially why I like Jacob as a character. I do like dark stories. You're absolutely right. Always have.
She threatened to report if I didn't stop sending messages. But now she's so innocent. They all are. And the look she gives when she smiles. It's sure easier now. What's the harm? We're stuck here.
By the way, the name of this quest is The Gift of Greatness.
What was her name? Sarah? Suzanne? My God, I can't remember. I can't remember her face. We need to get out. So I can remember. Can think straight. They have to hurry.
It's well constructed, Zeiss. For reasons I'll explain in a minute. Not that I have to, but it is kind of my job. Whoops.
Expect the luxury of due process, but this isn't a military ship. Just bumping the command line up a notch doesn't work. Captain Fairchild knew this crew. His replacement doesn't command the same level of respect. I'm hoping the man has it in him, but I don't.
Maybe you can, Yada. That doesn't guarantee you'll get an answer. One of my favorite tiny tidbits about this mission. This looks like a paradise planet, right? Palm trees, beach, you know, nice island to chill on. But what I love about this is this place is terrifying and dangerous at a level that isn't overt, right? That isn't surface level. In fact, it's something that you literally couldn't tell unless you had some kind of scanner to tell that the food is the problem.
Repeat, toxology alert. Danger.
From the look of it, this beacon's been here a while. Why would they wait years to signal?
Pause in beacon protocol. 8 years, 237 days, 7 hours. Pause is recorded as record deleted by Acting Captain Ronald Taylor.
That's not right. My father was first officer.
Ronald Taylor was promoted under emergency command protocols. Other flagged issues: unsafe deceleration, local food and neural decay, beacon activation protocols.
Who's in command of this ship? Where are the survivors?
Captain Harris Fairchild reported killed following unscheduled suborbital descent. First Officer Ronald Taylor promoted in-field to acting captain.
But where is he now?
The location of the remaining crew of the Hugo Gernsback is unknown. This beacon has been unattended for several maintenance cycles.
I assume unsafe deceleration refers to the crash. Give me the details.
Following an unspecified impact and sublight drive failure, the Hugo Gernsback made an unscheduled descent at 465% of theoretical recommended suborbital velocity. The Hugo Gernsback then decelerated at 782% of theoretical recommended approach velocity, sustaining significant damage to investment and crew.
Local food impairs brain functions? What are the effects?
Impairment of mental function due to chemical imbalance begins within 7 days of ingesting local flora, regardless of decontamination or preparation. Impact on higher cognitive abilities and long-term memory is cumulative, but significant within a standard month. It is not known if neural decay is permanent. Data collection was not completed.
Why wasn't the beacon activated before now?
This emergency beacon became functional after 358 days, 12 hours, following the unscheduled suborbital descent of the Hugo Gernsback. Activation was triggered remotely after 8 years, 237 days, 7 hours, on the authority of Acting Captain Ronald Taylor. Pause in beacon protocol is recorded as record deleted.
Come on, let's get going.
My father had a working beacon, but didn't signal for almost 9 years. Maybe that neural decay affected him.
Avoiding it for a decade seems unlikely.
So, you know something I like about this mission? Normally, missions of this style, stories of this style, even by BioWare, usually start quiet and then build up to the horror, right? Like there's supposed to be this slow increase in tension and severity. This does almost the exact opposite of that. This story comes out swinging. The first thing we find out, the first thing we can interact with is the little tidbit over there, the thing where they talk about how they don't even pay attention. You know, by the time the bruises have gone, they've already forgotten what you were doing. That's the first bit of information we learn. And then we get a few other bits of information very quickly that paint the picture very efficiently. We know what's going on here to some extent or another. We don't know the full extent of it, but the pieces are put together almost immediately. Also, I'm gonna now. So we did it yesterday because whatever. But Jacob made a comment. He doesn't have much interaction with his dad. In fact, he hasn't talked to him in 13 years at this point. But one of the things he mentioned is that the biggest thing he remembers from his dad and the biggest thing he carried forward was you got to own up to your mistakes, be honest about it. He mentions it twice during that dialogue. And this doesn't look like a combat area at all.
You came from the sky? The leader said someone would come. He delayed for so long, but he still has power. Some have lost faith. The hunters. They will have seen your star. They will not let you help him.
What are you talking about? You're not making sense.
I don't remember how to say it. He's our leader and we serve so we can go home. But some want to fight him. They were cast out. He exiled them, so they hunt his machines and those who help him. They don't believe that rescue will come.
Hunters, they won't stop until the leader is dead.
Kill them! Agents of the liar! He will not escape!
Eyes ahead!
Firing now!
That wasn't neural decay. They were feral.
My father wouldn't let this go on. Something is very wrong.
Oh yeah, plot hole. There's thermal clips here. Whatever. Moving on. What's really a shame is they could have done this whole thing where they could have actually had their... excuse me. They could have actually had them have weapons that don't need reloading here or whatever. Make it so you have to really work with the ammo thing. Design the fights around that. That would have been really cool.
You killed them, but there are more every day. They want to fight, but I just want to go home.
She's lost it. We need to find someone who can make sense of this. Strip for parts. Tech's wearing out. Those hunters must be laying on the pressure.
See, I wouldn't have done that, Sean.
They better be friendlier than the beach group. I need answers.
What I would have done is I would have designed the encounters here very particularly to be... Like, you know that one mission in Breath of the Wild where you land on an island and you can't bring anything on with you? So everything you get is scavenged from that one island? It's built within the confines of the game structure, too. They don't even really have to do some special coding with it. It's all just about very careful itemization and level design. That's the kind of thing that they could have done here. And this could have worked, it's just they didn't. Instead, it's just another mission, which is unfortunate, but what do you want? One moment, I need to write some notes down before I forget. Yeah, but the Ancient Cave sucks. 83 negatives to Lufia 2. Right now, after the fact. We're going back, we're auditing Lufia 2 right now. We're giving it 83 negatives. To both story and gameplay. Still better than Lufia 1. And a better love story than Twilight.
They're clearly docile, but in the same uniform remnants as those who attacked us.
There aren't any men here. Maybe it affects genders differently. Makes males get violent?
Possibly. But the woman on the beach said the exiled ones came back as hunters.
It doesn't matter right now. One of these people must know what my father has to do with this.
You have his face. He promised to call the sky, but he sends nothing.
He forced us to eat, to decay. You are cursed with his face.
Not the best reaction to the family resemblance, Jacob.
Why would my father force his crew to eat toxic food? Whatever's happening here needs to stop. Look at these spoiled food stores. They've been eating only that toxic local food for who knows how long. Like that wasn't obvious enough.
I can't talk to you. I don't want punishing. He has a cruel face. His cruel face.
Go away. You are like him. You will keep us here.
He keeps us, protects us, and we please him like he demands. The hunters will kill you. They fight because he exiled them and waited too long.
He is bad. He has a bad face like the other. Like him. You'll hurt me.
What the hell? Somebody had to push them to make that. That's borderline worship.
You know, I've made a comment many times in my life, and it's a comment I stand behind to this very day. Power does not corrupt, power enables.
Shotgun!
Demands obedience. Weapons are forbidden.
The reason I bring that up.
Much against this bunch.
Well, that would make them hate him. Maybe it was just for defense.
Jacob. You know, one thing I do like about Jacob, he pieces this together pretty quick, all things considered. And though he makes excuses verbally, it's very clear by his tone, he doesn't believe a word he's saying. He's pieced this together, and he knows how bad this is, and he's just trying to deal with that. But anyways, sorry, so, power. This is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Because a lot of people, for understandable reasons, when they think power, right? They think empires and sultans and waves of destruction and super mages and blah blah. Power can be so many different things. Even something like forcing other people on your crew to eat a degenerative food while you eat the clean food. Even that minuscule, microscopic little thing is still power.
Please, here. You could end it. You have his face. But you fight his machines. You might stop this. This, I forget how to read. But this was the start. What he promised, and what they did to us. We need the sky. Take us back to the sky.
Jacob, what does it say?
It's a crew logbook. Some of them thought the beacon repair was taking too long. They were afraid they'd run out of supplies and lose their minds to the decay. My father restricted the ship food for himself and the other officers so they wouldn't be affected. Everybody else had to eat the toxic food and hope for treatment later. The rest is a casualty list. A few mutinied over the decision. My father and his officers turned the mechs on them.
The beacon was fixed after a year, so the plan must have worked. Why no signal?
Those weren't the last entries on the casualty list. More incidents, harsh punishments. It's like they're cattle or toys. In a year, all the male crew members are flagged as exiled or dead. They separated out the women, assigned them to officers, like pets. And after the beacon is fixed, the officers appear in the casualties too. After. My father took control and didn't stop it.
Anything in there about whether the effects of the toxic food can be treated?
Nothing. But it seems like the right call. If everyone gets it, who's left to fix the beacon? You'd never get out. But they did fix it. And the signal wasn't sent until now. I'm starting to see why.
Does it say why he separated the men and the women? Or is it as bad as it seems?
No, it turns to gibberish. Maybe the men got violent early on, but from the state of this place, I'd say the Hunter thing is recent. What he allowed here, Shepard, I don't see any justification.
That's because there is none.
We haven't seen any other officers. He killed them?
There were 5 after the crash. Medical, engineering, bridge staff. Should have had no problem fixing the beacon and keeping people safe. All killed within the same week. About a month after the beacon was repaired.
I have a strange comparison to make. How many of you have seen Breaking Bad, the television show? I should stop calling that television show at some point, but in my mind it's still TV. Even though most TV doesn't show on a TV anymore. I don't remember her name. I don't want to give spoilers away, but let me try to talk around this. There's a scene where she's having an overdose attack and starts choking on her own vomit. He's there for that. He's present for that scene. He's present for that. And he could save her. And then he decides not to. Now, that's an extremely well done scene. And tons of praise to the actor for nailing his disgust at himself and how much that affects him. But the reason I bring that up is a lot of people tend to think that evil people start off with intent, if that makes any sense. You know, they tend to think of it like we tend to see in fiction. Mwahaha, puppies. But what tends to happen more commonly is that an evil person is someone who makes that kind of a choice. Because when our good friend Ronald here, Ronald is not the kind of person to seek out creating this kind of playground, for lack of a better way to put it. But when it was offered to him, and that's one of the reasons I like this mission so much, is because that is better written. That is better constructed. It's more believable. It's more human, for lack of a better way to call it. Rather than someone who's like, and then I will take all these slaves. Instead, he had a horrible situation. The ship crashed, and they had toxic food. And they made a hard call. And what's weird is the hard call was the right call initially. Give them the toxic food, spread out for the people who are trying to repair the beacon, hope for the best. Get the beacon repaired, get the frickin' help coming, save these people. That was the correct call. That's not the problem. It reminds me of a very old analogy, not even an analogy. It was something I learned when I first started taking some of my early security classes for when I was going to start being an overnight security person. Most people don't walk up to you and take your wallet out of your pocket. Most people will be walking down the street and they'll see the wallet. And there has to be like a moment there of... and they'll consider taking it then. It's just sitting there on the ground. And then they'll take it. And then there's like another layer here, by the way. This is the whole A to B to C thing, by the way. Thank you for bringing that up, Space Cadet. Because then they take up the wallet and they're like, huh. And now they're at point B now. And now they know the identity and possibly the address of the person whose wallet it is. And now they have to take the C step of not actually returning the wallet to that person, and so forth and so on. And that's Ronald. He is an evil, evil person. But not because he kills puppies or because he's horrific, because he saw a wallet on the ground, considered it, picked it up, pulled it up, opened it, saw it belonged to someone, and took it anyways. That makes him an evil man.
Do you see an explanation for this? He's your father.
Is he? None of this fits.
I like that.
Maybe the initial decision, but the rest? Abuse of power doesn't get any clearer than this. I need to find this man.
This man. Notice how Jacob, who, as we pointed out, has already figured this out well before this point, is already doing everything to verbally and emotionally distance himself from this man. Jacob is disgusted by this. Jacob is not an evil man. Ironic, considering who he works for. He is cursed with his face.
Ronald Taylor. Thank God you're here. My crew went insane. I only just got free.
Did you hear that?
Damn it. It's really him. Just got free. He's covering his ass.
I mentioned the construction of this story. Did you notice that the game goes out of its way to give us multiple points of information so we know what's going on before we get to this exact point in the story? And then we get to this point of the story, and the very first bit of dialogue that Ronald gives us, "Oh, thank God, I just got free." Jacob even calls him out on it, on the off chance you, the player, haven't picked up on this. He is lying straight through his teeth. He's probably been reciting his story to make this whole thing work. Who wouldn't be disgusted? Ronald Taylor.
The old corpse has been posed, like a warning. The new ones were left where they fell.
The hunters started fighting back.
Shields down.
Heads up.
Melt that one.
You want to know something I learned from a lawyer?
He had plenty of choices.
It's not always true. Obviously, it's very, very case by case. But one of the signs of a liar is how certain they are in their lie. No stumbling, no stuttering, no thinking about it, no hesitation. They just confidently say, this is how things happened. The reason why is because they've had a chance to practice their story. Yeah, telling the truth on the fly, you're gonna be stuttery and uncertain and hesitant and like, well, I think this is what happened. Down the street. I'm trying to think of what happened after that. Went across. No, actually, I didn't go across. I went over there, and so forth and so on. Right? Like there's a cadence, a natural, uneven cadence to a person when they're telling the truth. Again, little case by case. But I pointed out because it's actually relevant for voice acting. When you're trying to voice act someone who is, telling the truth, you want to have those little moments of in there. And when you want to voice act someone who is lying, you want to get across that you're telling a story.
Come on over. Yeah.
It's a good way to put that, Braven. I like that. And yeah, actually, the DS9 episode Duet shows both of these things off, by the way. When he's...
He had his fun, and now he wants out. Son of a bitch.
This should come in handy.
So, in Duet, very minor spoilers for Deep Space Nine, there's a character in there who is lying, and all his lies come across immediately, smoothly, and cleanly. Almost towards the very end of the episode, he is finally called out for his lies, and he shifts entirely. Hesitance, just, and there's like stutter. He's just like, oh, no, but it's just, and like he can't quite manage it because it's been shoved into his face, and now that he is being, forced to face the truth, he's having trouble handling it. Damn good episode. I highly recommend it, even if you're not into Trek. They felt clean because they were clean, Major. Held his hands over his ears so he couldn't hear the screams. And he just breaks down. Can't even finish his sentence properly.
It took years to train my guards. I'm afraid you'll have to fight them to rescue me.
Yep, that's what we're here to do.
This thing is not my father.
The best part is, Jacob's right. I've said it for years, and I'll say it for years. Family is chosen.
I've got him. Enemy drones!
I have a phrase called a Krennic. Oh jeez, oh jeez. This is the fight, I think. It's a good way to put that, Space Cadet. So there's not a lot of permanent cover. You start off in a very bad situation. The enemy is surprisingly well equipped. Like, these guys just have health, but they have good guns and surprising accuracy and good spread, and they've got a frickin' Ymir. This fight sucks on Insanity. That's my favorite thing about the family is chosen thing. You can still choose your biological family to be your family. Some precious rare people have that. Yeah, this fight sucks. It's a good fight, actually. In all sincerity. But it's a mean fight. I might die to it. Rather quickly here. Them up. Go. And run. And once again, the theme comes back. The past, what you do with it, how you face it. Closure, for lack of a better way to put it. At the end of the day, we could turn around right now. Who cares? We're done here for all intents and purposes, but Jacob at this point wants to look his father in the eye and hear him justify this. I want to see it for myself.
You're here. I knew a real squad would blow through just fine. Sorry if the mech scuffed your pads.
I love how we just ignore him.
I'll get you something nice when we get back to Alliance space. I've got to have some back pay coming.
What about your crew, acting captain?
Total loss. The toxic food turned them wild. They propped me up here in some kind of ritual behavior. Waiting for a chance to signal has been hell.
That's the best you can do?
You let all your people talk back like that? Who are you exactly?
Commander Shepard of the Normandy. I believe you're acquainted with Mr. Taylor.
Taylor? Jacob? No, not Jacob.
Why not me? Would 10 years of this look better to anyone else in the galaxy?
You have to understand, this isn't me. The realities of command, they change you. I wasn't ready for that. I made sure you were taught right. Before I left,
No, you didn't. First of all, you notice he immediately drops the first layer of lies, but still hasn't actually owned up to it. He still hasn't actually told him the truth. Instead, he's just reverted to his second layer of lies. It's just, oh man, the pressures, the time, you don't know what command is like. Yeah, okay. And this is ignoring the fact that we know this guy is a crap father, even ignoring all the garbage happening on this planet, because we already heard of it from Jacob before we even started the mission. There's a reason they haven't talked to each other in 13 years.
I'm not biting, Captain. At some point, you chose to do this to your crew. You.
What was that moment? I want to know that there was an actual reason.
There was resistance to the plan. Mutiny. We had to take a hard line to keep order. And things settled down. As the decay set in, we made sure the crew were comfortable. Some even seemed happier. Ignorance is bliss, right? And they were grateful for guidance, like an instinct. Pure authority was easy, at first. Months in, the effect lowered inhibitions. They got territorial. Rank, protocol, they couldn't understand. We had to establish dominance. After a while, the perks seemed normal.
That's it? You created a harem and played king? 10 years in a juvenile fantasy?
Thank you, Jacob.
I can't point to where it all went wrong. But when the beacon was ready, revealing what happened didn't seem like a good idea.
Thank you, Gwahir. As always. This freaking jackass. I'm sorry. Not you, Gwahir. You're amazing. But I love Jacob's line, because Jacob... You know what I like most about Jacob? Other than his honesty and his loyalty? It's that he's very good at crucibling ideas down to their basic components. I know it sounds like a strange sentence, but what I mean by that is he tends to cut through the BS. He does that constantly. He does that pretty much the first time we see it. What's one of the first things Jacob does for us? Hold up. We work for Cerberus. Slices right through it. And he does this consistently in Mass Effect 2. So, Lee, excuse me, Ronald here, gives this whole big speech of, oh, no, it was good and cool. And it's awesome. And I'm going to talk for some time describing that. And Jacob turns around and says, that's it? You wanted to have a harem and be a king? What a juvenile fantasy. Boom, boom, boom. Boils it down to its component parts immediately and cuts right through all his bullcrap. Jesus Christ.
What happened to the other officers?
Anders found his conscience a little late to step back. He had an accident. Things got tense. End of the day, I was the one with the mechs. I got a little basic in setting examples. But I was kind to my people once things settled down. Seemed like I'd earned some peace.
You fought over people like they were toys. Things.
It's a good time to mention something. Yeah, there is no tape inside of this mess. A while ago, there was a person, this is a while ago, a couple years ago at this point, they did something bad. That's all I'm going to say, because the details and the individuals don't matter. Because that doesn't really matter at the end of the day. What matters is I brought the hammer down on them, and they came back to me and yelled at me and insulted me for it. Never apologized, never owned up, never at any point in time even acknowledged that they did anything wrong. Anybody who really knows me knows that I am actually an extraordinarily tolerant person. That I bend over backwards to make sure that people have whatever they can and try to be as understandable as I possibly can for all given situations. But when you step over the line, and I slam that hammer down in your face, and I become extraordinarily evil, and you don't even begin to say, oh, I did something wrong, there's no coming back from that. You had that one lifeline. Several people in my Discord can attest to the fact that we've banned people or kicked people, and they've come back and said, look, I'm sorry. I did this wrong. Can we fix this out? And we said, yeah. And they came back, no issues. I'm not going to name names, but this has happened more than once because human nature is human nature. We all say and do stupid things. We're people. But what pisses me off is when people don't own up to it. They don't find the purse, get their balls out of it, and do something about it. Like this jackass. And this is, I'm saying this mostly in reaction to someone, I missed who said it in chat, but someone mentioned just how incredibly blasé Ronald sounds here. And he is just, there's no I did anything wrong in any of his tone, in any of his body language, in any of his sentence structure. Nothing he's saying indicates that he did anything wrong. He has done nothing but attempt to defend himself. No contrition, no remorse. Great way to put that free. This moron is not the least, this evil man is not the least bit ashamed of what he has done for nigh unto a decade. And the worst part, I'm sorry, I hate to just hammer this in. The worst part of all is that it's so minuscule and petty. I know that sounds horrible of me to say this, but let me try this. Let me try to explain this. We talk about people like Darth Malak, who destroyed a planet, right? We talk about people like frickin' Arkin, who ordered the glassing of the 5 planets in order to brush us out. I need a non-Star Wars example here. We talk about these villains who do these horrific, large-scale, massive acts of death and destruction and torment. And this is so tiny, so minuscule, and so petty. It is one random cargo hauler. It is frickin' Fry from Futurama, who happened to get into this situation and decided, yeah, I've always wanted my personal harem. I'm rolling with it. Now, I'm not trying to diminish the horror of what's going on here. My point is, it's so down to earth that it works better than it would if this was grand scale. Imagine this quest for a moment, but we land here and Ronald has created a kingdom, and he rules over millions of lives, and I have the power. It wouldn't work as well, in my opinion. You could make that work, but if you didn't really polish and hammer it in, it just would not work as well. What makes this, especially for Mass Effect 2, which has always been about more zooming in, what makes this work so damn well is because of the fact that it's just the crew of this ship, and just these people, and just this one random grocery clerk. Deliberate reference.
The stores from the ship couldn't last forever. You had to know this would end one day.
Dining for one can really stretch things out. Besides, I can think of a lot worse retirement plans than stripping down and joining the Droolers. That was before the Hunters, of course. Dumb or not, I'd feel it if they got their hands on me now. They want blood. I'd prefer to keep it.
It's all about you. Everything.
You didn't feel any responsibility to get out of here for the sake of family?
I gave him a good start. He was a smart kid and was better off not following me. We figured that out a long time before I took jobs in deep space. And after things escalated here, it seemed best to just disappear off the galactic map.
Till you needed someone to save your ass.
Can't say this wouldn't be a hell of a vacation, but you don't get to just walk away after all this time.
You're damn right he doesn't. What happened here, I should vent his head. But he's not even worth pulling the trigger. I don't know who you are, because you're not any father I remember.
So we can arrest him? We can kill him. Or...
Maybe we go arrange pickup for the rest of the survivors while the acting captain deals with the hole we punched through his mechs.
Now wait, I'm supposed to get rescued. The crazy ones, you don't know what they'll do to me.
Yes. Yes, I do.
I can guess.
My father was a different man, Shepard. A good man. Wish I'd found him.
I'm sorry, Jacob.
Jacob! You were a better man dead. As far as I'm concerned, you still are. Jacob!
And then he gets torn apart by their bare hands. Survivors from Aya are being treated by Alliance personnel with additional Cerberus support. Pleased to see Taylor unharmed psychologically by experience. Jacob Taylor has dealt with his father and is now focused solely on the mission.
Alliance ships are inbound to pick up survivors, Commander. We could be long gone by the time they get here.
Don't even give them the taillights.
Roger that.
What do you mean it wasn't you?
Jacob, if I had leaked the information about the Gernsback, I would be smiling at your resolution of the situation. I am not smiling.
Nothing goes through this ship, my ship, without a report to you.
I had no more reason to believe Jacob's father was alive than he did, but I'm happy to know the situation is behind you.
Fine, you didn't forward it, so who did?
I did.
Figures. Who else could get into Cerberus channels?
It was hardly classified, just obscure. There was a time when it mattered to you. Sending this along seemed like keeping an old promise. I keep my promises.
Miranda, we'll discuss your liberal interpretation of security protocol in private. Shepard, Jacob.
You good with this, Jacob?
It's all bull, Shepard. Captain Taylor's body has some catching up to do, but the man died a long time ago. I've already dealt with that. I guess he was a good enough father that even he can't screw up what he taught me.
You had no idea Miranda was behind this?
No, she's got a good memory. Selective, but good. I haven't thought about those days in a long time. Can't figure which promise she meant, though. Not sure I really want to know. She requires a better man than I.
Come on, we've got work to do.
Aye, Commander. Shepard, thanks for the help.
I got your back, Jacob.
Anytime, Jacob.
By the way, do you notice that tiny little characterization bit for Miranda, too? We all call her the Cerberus cheerleader, but actually no. Miranda is very loyal to individuals. And it doesn't show all that often, but it peeks out a couple of times in both 2 and 3. The fact that she was willing to circumvent basically everything just to maintain an old promise that she once made to him because she happened across the information is extremely Miranda. And it's not like she had any idea what she was going to find on that, well, we were going to find on that planet. Yeah, she was willing to circumvent Tim because she made a promise. Like I said, I don't know what else to add to that. Tomorrow, at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're doing Miranda's loyalty mission.